So
yeah, no.
everybody, welcome to the 6th annual Summer Institute in Critical Anti-Semitism Studies. It's an honor that we're all together by Zoom. Unfortunately, we can't meet in Oxford this year because of the COVID-19 situation, but we're trying to make the best out of a difficult situation. And this gives us the opportunity for, I guess, for people to come together in an easier way, although we don't get time to spend in the pubs and over meals discussing and debating and arguing. But hopefully this will be, the next best thing, and hopefully we can all meet in the next year in Oxford. So I would like to welcome everybody. I'm particularly like to welcome the scholars and the Elie Wiesel Martin Luther King students. We're honored that you're joining our Summer Institute this year, and I think it's an excellent group, an excellent class. And just for this evening, we're just going to have the panel displayed. I think Ira is going to start bringing the audio visual. We'll be able to see everybody for the rest of the Summer Institute. So the scholars will be able to see each other and communicate during the Q&A. So Ira will start opening people's cameras so we can all see each other. So welcome. So before I give my formal introduction, I'd like to thank the ISGAP team for putting the Summer Institute together. I think many of you who are on the call have been in contact with Ira Guberman for several months. Ira almost single-handedly put this program together. He's done an amazing job, and many organizations have teams putting everything together, and Ira really did all of the logistics throughout the whole organization period. So Ira, thank you very much for another year of a great job. And you'll be hearing from Ira in a moment about some of the logistics. And the ISGAP team, we have Carlton Long here, who's the Director of Pedagogy, who also played a key role in putting the program together and recruiting some of you who are here. Some of the scholars that are here come to us via Carlton. And Carlton has been with us for 6 years. This is our 6th annual program. So Carlton, thank you for all of your invaluable input, and our work continues. We met actually over 30 years ago in Oxford. So here we are now in the age of Zoom, communicating through this means. So to start, before we start the program, I'm going to introduce Ira, and Ira has a couple of logistical issues that he'd like to share with you. And then we'll start the program, and I'll introduce the president of ISGAP for some words, welcoming words. So first Ira, and then we're going to go to the president of ISGAP, Dennis Ben.
Yeah, welcome everyone. It's great to meet you all for these initial introduction here at this opening session of the ISGAP-Oxford Summer Institute. I'll be sending out an email with all the information I shared now after the meeting, just to make sure we're all on the same page for what's to come throughout the rest of the week. This opening session will be a little different, but from Monday through Thursday, we'll all be meeting over the same link, which I'll be sharing later with the password. In terms of the kind of the day-to-day hours that we'll be operating on, there will be office hours in the morning with Dr. Small and Dr. Long. That'll start at 8 a.m. Eastern every day. And that once our main session begins at 9 o'clock, you'll switch to the sessions room where we're all joined together for the lectures and discussions to come. The discussion groups will also take place in that main room where we're all together for the entire day. So once you join there, you're all set. And every night we'll also have office hours again, and the opportunity to use Zoom to come together and explore ideas and questions that might come up over the course of the lectures. So once again, I'll be sending out an email with further information, but just to give you the rundown, we'll be 8 to 9 o'clock office hours in the morning, in lecture from 9 a.m. until till 3:30 with some breaks along the way. You'll then be in your discussion groups from 3:30 till 4:30, and then there'll be open hours and office hours again in the evening from 4:30 till 5:30. In addition, please keep an eye out for an evaluation email that you'll be receiving at the end of each day of lectures. And that's really your opportunity to give us prudent feedback on how the content and what you're learning, what we could do better. And that feedback is very important as we try to improve this experience for future classes. So there'll be more to come. Looking forward to getting to meet all of you. And at this point, I'll hand it back to Charles.
Thank you very much, Ira. And everybody who's listening, you have our phone numbers. You have Ira and Carlton and my phone number. If you're having any technical issues or questions or you need to reach us urgently, please feel very free to do so. We're here to try and help you. So always feel free to contact us through our telephone, by WhatsApp, or you can send us emails or chat. Okay, so the next speaker is Dennis Benny. Dennis is the president of ISGAP, and he joined us about 1 year ago. And as Dennis said, ISGAP was sort of a bagel shop, and now we're becoming an organization thanks to Dennis. So Dennis has a lot of experience building organizations in the Jewish community of Canada. He's helped to build national Jewish organizations. He has a lot of experience in business, doing startup companies, in software and in music and all sorts of enterprises. And he's really become a partner in this sort of ISGAP team. And in order for us to have a vibrant research center, it has to be a team effort. And Dennis, as the president of ISGAP, really has brought us to a new level. And it's really an honor, and it's wonderful to work with Dennis. We've become good friends, and he's really been an incredible person who's elevated the work of ISGAP at a level that I'm really happy, and I think we're blessed to have Dennis on our team. So the president of ISGAP, Dennis Benny, would like to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Charles. I have to live up to all those wonderful words, but it's indeed an honor for me to be here to warmly welcome everyone that's participating today. The scholars and students, ambassadors, members of the ISGAP team, my fellow supporters. I'd actually love to mention each and every one of you, but that's not going to be practical. But we do have three most distinguished and respected speakers today that I want to extend a special warm welcome on behalf of my ISGAP team. Rabbi Akiva Zweig, Dean of the Talmudic College of Florida. He's added tons of value to many ISGAP conferences over the years. Natan Sharansky, esteemed chair, the 220 Genesis Prize laureate and former chairman of the Jewish Agency. And he's actually one of my own personal heroes. So it's always wonderful to have any meeting with Natan. And Dr. Mohammed Abdul Karim Al-Isa, Secretary General of the Muslim World League. He's a shining light amongst world leaders promoting religious tolerance and understanding. And his participation today is certainly a milestone for the history books. It's indeed inspiring. It's exciting to have so many of you exceptional, talented individuals here with us at a moment in time when we all face these extraordinary challenges. I sincerely believe the work to be done by yourselves, scholars, professors, represents much of the future. The future of our society truly depends on what we're teaching today. And your attendance this week brings a renewed enthusiasm, certainly for myself, to fulfill ISGAP's mission to proliferate the study of contemporary anti-Semitism in academia. It belongs on the top of the agenda, and it's critically important for us to transform education, public discourse, and policy in these fast-changing and challenging times. And I trust that all of you will take away an understanding of the critical importance to stand up and be heard wherever you can, because these are really extraordinary times. I'm speaking to you from Toronto. It's a short walk from here to where the famous Canadian philosopher Marshall McLuhan coined the famous words, "The medium is the message." And it's truer today than ever. The new medium, along with the COVID pandemic, economic uncertainty, a lack of strong political leadership, and many other forces, is fueling the fires of intolerance, prejudice, and a global resurgence of anti-Semitism. I've dedicated myself to meet these challenges, and I'm truly fortunate to be making a difference as a member of the ISGAP team. I've been working alongside Charles and his dedicated, diligent small group who are focused on developing the preeminent research institute on anti-Semitism, a world-class, impactful entity committed to understanding and combating this age-old, enduring hatred. Your leader, Charles, over the next few days, and I'm also his now dear friend, and I've just relished working with him over the last few months. He really has spent a lifetime preparing himself to take on the critical, urgent work that is so necessary today. I've gained a lot of respect for Charles. I trust him, and having worked with him, I know his leadership is going to allow ISGAP to play an integral role in this new challenge we have in combating contemporary anti-Semitism. And I want to extend a real thank you to Charles, and especially Ira Guberman, ISGAP's wonderful, he's just the manager of everything, for his tremendous, both of their tremendous determination, their creativity. When the whole world had to change to online, they didn't miss a bat, they just moved right on. And their perseverance to put this first ever online ISGAP Summer Conference together. And I know we can all look forward to making the most of the lessons we've learned from putting this together in this fashion and using leading edge technologies in order to improve our capabilities into the future. And with this first ever online conference, I know the results are going to justify all those superhuman efforts and dedicated work they've done over the last several months. So finally, I need to acknowledge how truly fortunate we all are to have a wonderful network of dedicated supporters, people like myself who have encouraged me, worked with me, and all committed to back your most critical work, to empower you to represent the best of scholarship, and with it, the responsibility to combat all forms of hatred and prejudice, in addition to take on the responsibility of making sure that a democracy survives and is strong. So having said that, I want to welcome you all on behalf of the board of ISGAP, and I want to thank you for your attendance and wish you all a successful week of learning. And may your take-home value be that you go back to all your homes and speak up, because it's important. We need you all now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Thanks for all you're doing, and thanks for being here and your wise words of welcome. So thank you. And as you can see now, the screen is slowly becoming populated with all of your images, which is good. That's Ira slowly doing this. So this is a new frontier for us. So I think eventually all of our pictures will be visible to each other, which I guess is a bit of a community. We're creating a bit of a community space through this aquarium bowl. So it's good. So everybody welcome. And just before I give some introductory remarks, I'd like to call on Carlton Long. Carlton Long is the Director of Pedagogy, a longtime friend and comrade in our struggles for human rights and dignity. And Carlton, as always, has played a key role in putting this program together. So Dr. Long, the floor is yours.
Right. Thank you, Charles. And Dr. Small and Ira and everybody who's a part of the team, including, of course, the scholars in residence and the Wiesel King scholars, as well as the ISGAP friends. I'll be very brief. My role is simply to support you. My work is to support you in the work that you're doing throughout the week, and especially the follow-up work as well. One of the important components that Charles has so wisely highlighted over the years, over the 6 years now, it's hard to believe that we've been at this, is that we really want to help people to carry forward the work, right? Not simply to rest in the thought, but rather to carry it forward to the universities. And if you're not attached to universities, we know we have people who are not, to whatever community or civic context you have, so that you can implement. Largely that will mean for the scholars in residence, of course, creating new courses. And we have some people who are alums and who have done that already, and hopefully they'll continue to carry that forward. And for those who are in the new class, simply to create syllabi, and we'll have much more to discuss in terms of that as you go forward. And of course, an important part for the Weasel King scholars is to carry forward some kind of implementation project, something in your own context, usually a university context, which engages the community, promotes democracy, combats anti-Semitism, hatred, and also forges community. So we'll have a lot to discuss in terms of that. I know you received the different readings and the packets that we prepare for you. Please look through those and you'll find even more feedback and support. But just know that I'm here, Dr. Small is here, Ira's here, and it's just great to be back working with ISGAP. And as Charles said, you know, to be working with my old friend Charles from the days when he used to have black hair and I used to have hair. So it's good.
At least we remember those days. It's good.
We do remember them at least.
Well, Carlton, thank you very much. And Carlton and I will be in these rooms at 8 in the morning New York time, and also after the end of the day. So if anybody has any questions about the readings or the lectures, we'll be there to speak with you, to hang out with you. So those could be good opportunities to have some interaction in addition to the groups that you'll be broken into. Okay, Ira, do you want to speak about the groups everybody's broken into before we get into the lectures?
I'll just mention I think it was on about page 41 of the handbook that you all received. You're in tutorial group leaders. You'll have the opportunity to learn more about what we're doing in those groups on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday during the program. Those are really the opportunities that you'll be able to suss out the ideas and to try and apply the concepts that you're learning to your university projects or to your syllabi that you're developing. It's really your time to, despite the limitations we have over Zoom, to still be able to build that rapport and connection and to learn from everyone else on this program. That'll just be something that we do automatically while we're in the Zoom meeting tomorrow. So you don't need to worry about how to connect with these people. That's something that we'll introduce on your behalf. So more to come at 3:30 tomorrow regarding this.
Cool. Okay, thanks, Ira. So before I give my welcoming remarks, I also want to acknowledge Akiva Zweig, who will be speaking after me. Akiva is also a rabbi of mine. I've learned with him over the years, and it's really an honor that Akiva has returned to our Summer Institute and will be the first keynote speaker. And of course, I'd like to acknowledge Natan Sharansky, who's the chair of ISGAP and who is really an exemplary leader, human rights leader, and a leader of the Jewish people of our generation. I think sets exemplary standards of moral, ethical, human rights, political action and behavior. So it's really a tremendous honor to be associated with Natan Sharansky. And Natan, thank you very much for being here. And he will speak after Rabbi Akiva. So thank you, Natan. So it's nice to see some pictures now. I can see some of your images. So it's good to see some new faces and some old faces, old friends, not old faces, but some old friends. So welcome everybody. So we're here to kick off the 6th annual Summer Institute for Curriculum Development in Critical Contemporary Anti-Semitism Studies. So welcome. And I want to start off by quoting the words the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Holocaust survivor, one of the most important witnesses to the Holocaust, Professor Elie Wiesel, who always taught and always reminded us that anti-Semitism begins with Jews, but it never ever ends with Jews. This is not a parochial issue. This is not a Jewish issue. This is not an issue for the Israelis or the Zionists or the Jewish people. This is truly a human rights issue. If you care about human rights, democratic principles, the respect of the other, anti-Semitism, as Robert Wisrich argued, is the longest hatred. And as Elie Wiesel said, that it begins with the Jews, but it never ends with the Jews. Once we tolerate anti-Semitism, once we tolerate the demonization of the Jew or of the Israeli or of the racialized Jew or the religious Jew or the Zionist Jew, we see from history time and time and time again that once this virus of hatred is unleashed upon the Jewish people, it knows no limitations. And in the age of globalization, here we are, I'm sitting in Oxford, England. We're sitting on, we're all connected by Zoom from literally all over the world. We know that ideas travel, good ideas travel, and ugly ideas travel. And anti-Semitism has been mutating as a virus and traveling from country to country, from civilization to civilization, from religions to political ideologies on the left or on the right, secular or religious. It kind of morphs and mutates into various forms of hatred. And we're living in a time now of increased fragmentation and radical, reactionary, hateful social movements are using anti-Semitism in the most pernicious way to gain traction and to appeal to their own people, to their own communities. And in this time of fragmentation, in this time of fear, in this time of uncertainty, we see reactionary forces in the United States, white supremacists, radical reactionary movements in the African-American community, racist rhetoric coming out from the leadership in America at the highest levels of governance and of organizations. And this type of xenophobia and nationalism is not only a problem in the United States, but it's now traveling around the world. And anti-Semitism is a gateway. It's almost like a gateway drug to these new forms of hatreds with an S and of dehumanization and fragmentation. So as scholars, we need to really engage these issues. And I would say, in a sense, the study of anti-Semitism, as you will hear in the next few days from leading scholars from around the world, that it's the oldest hatred. And if you think about it, it starts perhaps thousands of years ago. It began when the colonial ships were going out to explore the New World. They were passing the Jewish people that were expelled and exiled and forcibly converted. So this is an old form of hatred that we need to understand. And after the Holocaust, there was this sort of period of decolonization, of people, of scholars beginning for the first time in the 1950s and 60s, which is not so long ago, to look at the history of racism, to look at the history of slavery for the first time at places like Yale University, in the mainstream education, the mainstream universities. I'm not speaking about other places, but in the university. For the first time in the 1950s and 60s, which is a second, historically speaking, ago, we started to look as a community of academics and scholars at the history of slavery, of the history of racism. Several decades later, finally, we started to look at issues of gender, of sexism, and even more recently, of issues of gendered identities, homophobia, and other forms of discrimination in society. And for all sorts of reasons, this longest hatred has been ignored, has sort of fallen off the map of academia. There's Holocaust studies, which is important, that was developed in the 1960s and 70s, and now has sort of populated many universities around the world. There are Jewish studies departments that sort of popped up in the 1970s, mostly in the 80s and 90s, but not the study of contemporary anti-Semitism. And in this age of radicalism, of extreme Islam, I'm not speaking about Islam, I'm speaking about political Islam, that took Nazi ideology, as you will hear throughout the week, that took racist European anti-Semitism and fused it with a very specific form of political Islam, not Islam, the religion, but Islam. And we have the radical left and the radical right and white supremacy, sort of using anti-Semitism. And yet we as a collective group of scholars have failed to really address this issue. It's really not on the map. And when we started this program 6 years ago, there were literally no courses at universities on issues of contemporary anti-Semitism. Now we have about 250 graduates, and we know that we have over 150 courses at universities at 25 countries where our graduates are teaching courses on contemporary anti-Semitism. So we're developing almost a grassroots movement in academia to begin to deal with this issue of anti-Semitism as an area of academic inquiry and an area that's related to academia and policy studies because of the urgency of the situation. And I remember Elie Wiesel said in 2003 that he's really concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism and said that this was a great sense of urgency. We were living in a time of urgency. And then he went on to correct himself and said, no, this is not an urgent time. This is a time of emergency. This was in 2003. And we can see how people are becoming more and more radicalized. A colleague at Princeton University who looks at the radicalization of people on social media is measuring the increase of white supremacy and radical Islam on the internet in the United States and around the world. And we see things rapidly changing. And yet as scholars, we have failed. We have failed to address this issue. So hopefully in this course, not only will you help to create a course that you will deliver at your university, or if you're the Elie Wiesel Martin Luther King Fellow, a project that you can take back to the campus to deal with these issues, but also to become part of a network of scholars who are engaged in this important matter. And we have to remember, many people have the assumption, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but many people believe that academia and scholarship is sort of the height of civilization. But we know from our history that during the Holocaust, during the rise of Nazism, the scholars, the university was the only institution in Germany. It wasn't the trade unions, it wasn't the military, it wasn't the police, it was the academics, the professors who voluntarily gave up their Jewish professors, their colleagues, and the students and expelled them from the universities to take their positions and to eliminate the Jewish faculty and students from the university system. And I have news for you as well. For those who are engaged in the struggle of anti-Semitism within the university, and for those who are new to it, I can tell you that among my colleagues who are doing research on contemporary anti-Semitism, it's a struggle. Despite our credentials, despite going to the best universities, the Ivy Leagues or the Sorbonne or the Oxbridges of the world, those of us who are engaged in contemporary anti-Semitism also are struggling against the epitaphs, the anti-Semitic canards, that if you're a scholar looking at contemporary anti-Semitism, then you must be a Zionist. And to be a Zionist, you must be a right-wing nationalist. You must be a colonialist. You must be a fascist, right? And now we get into this whole new movement of intersectionality where the Jewish people who were exterminated because they were not white 2 generations ago, 6 million Jews exterminated systematically by the Nazis, by Europeans, because they were not white, have now become targeted, labeled as not only white, but white privilege, who embodies everything that is evil: racism, colonialism, occupation, and the list goes on and on. So and as we know from our sociological studies, those who can define themselves have a power. So the Jews, once again, are being defined, and even scholars who want to map and decode and understand this complex, current, contemporary situation are finding it difficult to do so because they are being labeled as reactionary, Zionist, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to get into many of these issues during the next few days, and we'll hear from a wide variety of people. One of the things that I think is of paramount importance to us at ISGAP is the discussion around ideas. To debate, to argue, and to even do it fiercely about ideas is a wonderful thing of scholarship. But we also believe in academic freedom. And we all will respect each other's ideas and perspectives. And we're all coming from different perspectives. But at ISGAP, all ideas are welcome if there's respect, and we're not really part of a cancel culture. We believe that ideas really are important, and academia and academic freedom is important. So as long as we respect each other, ideas, sincere, even difficult questions are always, and critical questions are always welcome. So that's the only ground rule for the work that we do here at ISGAP. So again, everybody welcome, and it's wonderful that we're all together. I'm going to introduce Akiva Zweig, and every year we start our summer institute with Akiva, who's a Rosh Yeshiva, is the head of a yeshiva in Miami Beach, and he comes from a line of well-known family of rabbis, of serious rabbis, so it's always an honor to have Akiva here. And as I said earlier, I'm honored to be able to learn with Akiva as well. And one of the reasons why I always ask Akiva to lead off the Summer Institute, it's not only because he's a brilliant scholar, and I'm sure you'll enjoy what he has to say and find it interesting and challenging and insightful, but also in a sense, at a metaphysical level, and David Patterson writes, I think, eloquently about this. I think at some level, anti-Semitism, as we will explore, is a genocidal form of hatred. I'll argue that in a sense that anti-Semitism is inherently genocidal, which is unique and different than other forms of hatreds with an S, no matter how pernicious and horrific and damaging they may be. And in a sense, I think what's sort of intertwined in the genocidal aspect of anti-Semitism is this desire to kill God. And in a sense, it was the Jews who were chosen, if you will, to bring a certain understanding of God to the world and to humanity. So I think anti-Semitism is not just the extermination of the Jew, but it's also the extermination of God, at a sense, in a metaphysical sense. And I think in this way, where if you read the work of Emmanuel Levinas, in particular, the other, be it the Jew or the African or the indigenous person of the Americas, how do we fit in? How does our wisdom and knowledge and understanding of the world fit into the university system? Can a primitive person become part of the humanist education? Does the Jew have to forget his Judaism and God to become an intellectual and a scholar? If you read the work of Stephen Biko, does the African have to forget the wisdom of their ancestors and of their people to become a member of the civilized elite? These are questions. So I think, in a sense, in the spirit of Emmanuel Levinas, we're going to start off with a primitive lecture. I'm being sarcastic, but of the wisdom of Akiva Zweig, and of, I think, a Jewish understanding of important issues related to respecting the other and seeing humanity in a certain way, and created, as we all are, in a sense, created in the image of God. So Rabbi Akiva, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Small. It's an absolute privilege to be on such a distinguished panel. Natan Sharansky is also one of my heroes. I received his book at a very young age and was incredibly inspired. The ISGAP team is incredibly inspiring. And with President Benny, it's only grown and become something even more amazing. And it's really an honor to be with the scholars of Oxford. As was mentioned, unfortunately, I can't be there in person. We're not gonna share as much as we normally do, but thank God we have this platform to share these meaningful and most important subjects. So the subject and title of my lecture today is The Loneliness Pandemic and the Human Capacity for Cruelty and Empathy. Thank you all for joining us today at the opening session for ISGAP's 2020 Summer Institute. It gives me great inspiration to see the tremendous impact that has been generated by ISGAP under the leadership of Dr. Charles Small. In a world still reeling from the ongoing effects of coronavirus, it is very encouraging to see that so many of us are still committed to the crucial work of understanding anti-Semitism and how to defeat it. I believe that if we can continue to make progress on parsing the roots of anti-Semitism, we can begin to learn how to reverse engineer the process. In short, if we can tap into the human capacity for empathy as opposed to hatred and cruelty, we can, yes, engender respect and love among all human beings for all human beings. Why am I focusing on loneliness? And how does it relate to anti-Semitism? Well, the emergence of global loneliness is becoming a well-documented and deeply disturbing issue. It is my contention that visceral loneliness plays a huge part in shaping human behaviors and mores. I suggest that at the heart of anti-Semitism and all forms of racism and hatreds is the capacity for a human being to first feel disconnected from the other and then somehow threatened by the other. Specifically, I will present biblical teachings as well as lessons from ancient Jewish wisdom that demonstrate the inherent ties between loneliness and disconnection and false feelings of superiority. By contrast, we will also examine teachings of connection and empathy and the resulting constructive and synergistic behaviors. I believe that burgeoning anti-Semitism, as well as violent forms of extremism on the global stage, nearly 75 years post the Holocaust, World War II, is in part a direct result of mankind drifting away from truly connected relationships and fellowships. According to the World Health Organization, the leading cause of death around the globe is ischemic heart disease. Harvard University has reported data showing that loneliness and social isolation are associated with 29% increased risk of heart attack and 32% greater risk of stroke. The risk is similar to that of light smoking and obesity, according to the researchers. It seems that in many developed countries, political parties are farther apart than ever, and that no middle ground can be found. As a United States citizen, I am personally dismayed by the state of our Democratic and Republican parties and their polarization from each other. Let us begin with our exploration with some of the most difficult and haunting questions relating to anti-Semitism. Why the Jews? Why is anti-Semitism so enduring? What are the roots of anti-Semitism according to Judaism? To what can we attribute the growing proliferation of anti-Semitism? How can those of us committed to curbing and reducing anti-Semitism make a positive difference in this battle? Let us now explore the roots of anti-Semitism as depicted in the Bible. The history of the exodus of the Jews from Egypt is well known. Not as well known is the vicious and unprovoked attack of these same Jews by a nation called Amalek. Barely 45 days after God's miraculous salvation of the Jews from their servitude in Egypt, the Amalekites attacked the Jews for no explicable reason. Never has a reason other than virulent hatred been suggested or offered to explain the aggression of these Amalekites. Most importantly, Scripture records that because of this attack, God declares an eternal war with the Amalek nation for all generations. The Torah records, Milchama la'Adonai ba'Amalek midor dor, an everlasting war for God against Amalek in all generations. Charles, you might call this metaphysical. I call it eminently three-dimensional and in this world. What is the unique feature of this particular enemy of the Jews that causes this declaration by God to wage battle with the Amalek nation in all generations? Well, I'd like to share with you a brilliant teaching from the Talmud, written almost 2,000 years ago, regarding a most significant insight into humanity and our relationship to every human being. This teaching will help clarify and elucidate the roots of anti-Semitism. The Mishnah in Tractate Sanhedrin, chapter 4, teaches, Lefichach Adam nivra yechidi mipnei shalom habriyos, shelo yomar Adam lachavero abba gadol me'avicha. The Talmud points out that God generated all mankind from one man-woman relationship, according to the Talmud. The first created form of man was a hybrid man-woman, as scripture relates in Genesis on day 6 of creation. Vayivra Elokim es ha'adam b'tzalmo, zachar u'nekeva bara osam. And God created man in his image, male and female, meaning together, he created them. The Talmud then explains the strategic reasoning for this design of humanity, one person, one couple. If families were created from different progenitors, it would cause claims of privilege by subsequent generations of different families, declaring their lineage as superior for one reason or another. The Talmud concludes this reasoning by stating this most contemporary understanding. Despite the fact that mankind emanates from the same parents, families, peoples still quarrel, and robbers and criminals still rob and take by force. Imagine how much worse it would be if human beings had multiple originators. The Mishnah then continues, Additionally, in other words, the sages point to the unique creativity of godliness versus the more typical human creativity. When a person stamps a coin and makes several coins as copies, they are all the same. When God created a one-man-woman progenitor, all future humanity is sealed with the likeness of Adam and Eve, but all humans are distinct from one another. This ability to create the same mold that produces similar, but nonetheless unique entities is godly. We need to understand that. That is what respect can be built on. What we clearly learn from this ancient Jewish wisdom is that a brotherhood of mankind is only real if our paradigm is that we all have the same human father and mother as our progenitors. Also, we can only see each other as the same and unique if we understand the godly nature of every human being. Obviously, our ability to feel for and connect with each human being, as well as appreciate the unique value of every human being, is much more likely if this particular creation paradigm is our foundation. Let's now go one step deeper. The Bible teaches that when God created the first man and woman, God proclaimed, "It is not good for man to be alone. I will make him a corresponding helpmate." Lo tov heyos ha'adam livado. Man should not be alone. The early commentaries explain that if human beings could live as solitary, independent, or isolated entities, even if they could somehow procreate, they would be unable to connect with God and each other. Hence, God's statement, "It is not good for man to be alone." And herein lies the core of what we really need to understand about the human psyche. If we feel that we can be alone, or that we are autonomous, we do not develop ourselves into connectors or givers. The ultimate biblical definition of that which is good is that which is naturally generous and giving. Light is good because through the medium of light, we can connect to that which is outside ourselves. All of creation after day 6 is called very good because a fully functional creation is able to continuously generate more life and more giving. According to Judaism, God's purpose in creation is to build a universe that will be infinitely meaningful, pleasurable, and rewarding to all human beings. God declares, it is not good for man to be alone, because without an external correspondent helper, man does not learn to see outside himself, or to connect, or to give. All the more so, man would not seek to connect to the infinite God. Most critically, without learning to give to another human being, man would not innately experience godliness. He would not seek to give life or be generously creative. The universe would then not become an infinitely meaningful and pleasurably rewarding experience for all mankind. This is a key understanding of what it means that human beings are created in the image of God. Human beings relate to one another in a completely different way than all other living things. We have the capacity to give to each other because we are in God's likeness. And we can feel caring, empathy, and creativity, and the inspiration to empower and enhance the lives of other humans. Well, let's now return to our first example of anti-Semitism as described in the Bible, Amalek. Why does Amalek attack the Jews? Why does this attack occur so soon after the Jews gain freedom from Egypt? What is the source of this ancient anti-Semitic hatred? In the book of Numbers, we are taught, Reshis Goyim Amalek ve'achariso adei oved. Amalek is the first among nations, and his end will be utter destruction. The Torah labels Amalek as the first of the nations of the world. On the surface, this seems to be a literary error. Amalek is not even mentioned in the first 2,000 years of biblical history. The Amalek nation develops well after other famous nations, such as the Canaanites, the Egyptians, the Greeks, and scores of other peoples and countries. By describing Amalek as the first among nations, the Torah is teaching us the essence of the Amalek mentality. Amalek subscribes to a notion of a universe with no connection to God. They therefore engage in an existential war against God and objective truths and standards of morality. Hence, the Torah's description of God's eternal war with Amalek. Certainly, this is a war initiated by Amalek. It is perpetuated by Amalek and all people who seek to eliminate God and godliness from creation. When God demonstrated his miraculous delivery of the Jews from Egypt, the entirety of civilization was utterly dumbfounded. The irrefutable proof of God's existence and his supremacy was undeniable. This awareness by mankind of God and his power and God's dedication to bring freedom and squash tyranny was ubiquitous and pervasive. Although there was no internet, we had no Zoom, no internet, instant messaging back then, assuredly the downfall of Egypt, the greatest and most advanced civilization of that era, spread as fast as news could travel. The escape of Egypt's massive slave population in such spectacular fashion certainly reached all humanity. Indeed, scripture in Exodus records the awe of numerous nations who heard that news. At that historical epoch, mankind was challenged to end all notions of superiority and domination. Indeed, at that moment, mankind could have achieved a great brotherhood and oneness, if not for Amalek. The reason Amalek was compelled to attack the Jews at that moment was because of what the Jews represented. The Jewish people's existence as a free and newly consecrated nation under God's protection and his monarchy radically challenged all worldviews of human privilege and domination. Amalek is the first among nations because, despite the clear awareness of God caused by the Jewish exodus from Egypt, Amalek created a new possibility to challenge God and God's message of freedom and human rights. Amalek provoked mankind to once again reject God and the rights and freedoms God grants to all humans to be recognized as being created in the image of God. Amalek created a new divide among the peoples of the world, not unlike the Tower of Babel. A byproduct of a world without one God is a world without equality for mankind and their rights. It automatically creates the potential of man versus man. Simply put, if human beings came about randomly and not from the same source, maybe there should be those that have power and those that do not. This paradigm is what allows for world wars and endless pursuits of colonialism and dictatorships. Please allow me to repeat that. Simply put, if human beings came about randomly and not from the same source, maybe there should exist those that have power and those that do not. This paradigm is what allows for endless pursuits of colonialism and dictatorships. When human beings do not recognize the innate oneness of mankind as emanating from one source, and that they are each created in the image of God, they are intrinsically disconnected from one another. The opposite of godliness and the unification of mankind is divisiveness. Divisiveness easily degenerates into loneliness. Amalek is the first among nations because he is the cause of the current divide among all peoples. I contend that post the exodus of the Jews from Egypt, mankind was poised to be on its way to achieving a global brotherhood. Because Amalek broke that process, he fractured that potential oneness of mankind. He is the first to break the development of mankind's oneness that was instigated by God through the miraculous deliverance of the Jews from Egypt. Amalek's philosophy does not allow for the unifying of mankind and the development of a global brotherhood. And as a complete aside, in my humble opinion, this is why what Charles always quotes from Elie Wiesel is so true. It begins with the Jews, but it never ends with the Jews, because divisiveness is what destroys all people. The Jews represent the philosophy that God specifically created the world from one couple to obviate notions of superiority and hatred. Moreover, the fact that one man-woman is the source of all humans is truly the basis of the brotherhood of man and our intrinsic connection with each human being. This is an important aside. The Jewish notion that all people stem from one man and one woman gives equal importance to both the male and female roles in perpetuating mankind as being stamped in God's image. This concept of equal respect for male and female genders is fundamental to developing truly healthy relationships and connectivity among all mankind. So why the Jews? Because Jews represent that freedom and equal rights for all mankind are God-given, and that the only superior entity is God. Moreover, Judaism teaches that because every human being is godly, we are all truly one nation called the brotherhood of mankind. In Judaism, mankind is one international brotherhood created in the image of God. Imagine a world that truly consisted of one nationhood comprising of numerous cultures. Imagine that we all understood that real brotherhood is built on each person's godly value. Would we not see each other as partners in constructing the world, as opposed to occasionally wreaking havoc and destruction? Would we not work to value each other and learn from one another instead of dominate and even abuse each other? This is the message that the Jews are meant to bring to the world. We are all the same in that we are all created in God's image. We are all different in that we reflect different aspects of godliness and giving and creativity. So why the Jews? Because the Jewish people challenge the innate human desire to claim privilege, superiority, and domination. Because the Jewish people teach that God is the only true monarch in creation. Because the Jewish people's miraculous existence from the time of Egypt until today reflects the undeniable truth of God's existence and his involvement in the universe. In the words of Herman Wouk, through all history, the strange persistence of the Jew has been taken as witness to the presence of God in the universe. The anti-Semite wishes to destroy these truths. The anti-Semite wants to feel that he can control and dominate other human beings. The original anti-Semite and the root of anti-Semitism is the Amalek nation and its worldview to eliminate godliness from creation. Why is anti-Semitism so enduring? Because human beings crave the security and relative ease of power grabs and dominations rather than respecting and working with each other. Because no matter how much society supposedly advances, if human beings do not hold themselves to the standards of godly behaviors and generosity, we have license to act out of greed, lust, and power. It might feel unburdening to act those ways, but it also leads to genocides and devastations. To be clear, in order to avoid superiority and world domination complexes, it is not enough to know that God exists and that he created the universe. Mankind must internalize the fact that God created each human being and that each one of us is unique in our godly value. We all come from the same source and we all have godly value. That's the essence. We all have so much to gain and give when we are connected to each other. This worldview is the antidote, the vaccine to global loneliness, to anti-Semitism, and it is the foundation of true international brotherhood. Allow me to share with you a chillingly horrifying story that at the same time is fundamentally inspirational, and with this I will conclude. This story demonstrates both ends of the human capacity for empathy and cruelty. In a book titled Lieutenant Birnbaum, A Soldier's Story, the author, Lieutenant Birnbaum, relates the following terrifying tale. Birnbaum was a soldier in George S. Patton's Third Army and was among the original forces that entered the concentration camps of Ohrdruf and Buchenwald. He came upon a surviving skeletal youth that wept and pled with Lieutenant Birnbaum to teach him how to repent. This boy had never experienced Yom Kippur, the Jewish Day of Atonement, as an adult. Birnbaum compassionately reassured the youth, after the stretch of hell you've been through, your slate is clean. This failed to console the young man as he proceeded to explain. One day, a prisoner escaped and his identity was unknown. The Nazis ordered the fathers and sons to step forward. This boy stepped forward with his father. This boy and his father stood before the commandant. The Nazis placed the boy's father under the gallows and strung a noose around the father's neck. And a Nazi officer leveled a Luger at the boy, hissing, "If you or your father don't tell me who escaped, you are going to kick that stool from under your father." I looked at my father and told him, "Don't worry, Tata, father, I won't do it." But my father answered me, "My son, you have to do it. He has a gun to your head and he's going to kill you if you don't. And then he'll kick the stool out from under me and we'll both be gone. This way, there's a chance you will survive." The son replied, "I will not do it. I did not forget the commandment of honoring one's father." My father suddenly screamed at me, "You talk about kibbud av, honoring one's father? I'm ordering you, kick that stool." "No, father, I won't." But my father only got angrier. "You talk about kibbud av, honoring one's father? This is your father's last order. Kick that chair." I was so frightened and confused listening to my father screaming at me that I kicked that chair and I watched as my father's neck snapped in the noose. Lieutenant Birnbaum wept as the young survivor stared at him. "Now you tell me," the boy concluded, Do I need to do teshuvah, repentance? This unimaginable horror depicts the essence of the extremes of mankind's capacity for cruelty versus empathy. The anti-Semite is fundamentally alienated from his victims. He is cruel and acts viciously because he does not see himself in his victim. The Jew, on the other hand, given this tragically impossible choice, cannot bring himself to give up the escaped prisoner. This is the essence of empathy. It is only in the boy's confusion during this Machiavellian scheme that the boy is momentarily overwhelmed by his father's insistence that he succumbs to this horror of kicking the chair and snapping his own father's neck. Ultimately, halacha, Jewish law, rules in this case that the boy should have, yes, allowed himself to be killed and not kick that chair. We can never save our own life or someone else's life by killing anyone other than the attacker, the aggressor. I point this out because my feeling is that this youth is an incredible hero. Judaism nonetheless demands an even higher ideal of human empathy and dignity. We simply can never be the cause of an innocent person's death, no matter our existential threat. This then is both the capacity of human cruelty and empathy. Anti-Semitism is the breakdown of human connectivity to God and to every other human being. This is why, in Hebrew, the word for cruelty is achzar, only a stranger. Achzar. Only an isolated, alienated, and estranged human being has the capacity for that cruelty and viciousness. Judaism, on the other hand, teaches that the name of God is Shalom. That's his name, harmony. We are only complete when we are in harmony with the other. In the worldview of Judaism, we are all meant to connect and be in harmony with each other and God. This is the essence of a genuine international brotherhood. In the words of our prophet Zechariah, and God will be king over all the earth. On that day, God will be one, and his name will be one. May we merit to experience that day.
Akiva, thank you very much. It was a wonderful introductory lecture, as always. Thank you. We have some time for some Q&A. So if anybody would like to ask a question to Rabbi Zweig, Ira is going to navigate this. I think you can send questions to me, I think, on the chat. But what I'd really like is if Ira, if you could unmute somebody who would like to ask a question so they could participate directly, that would be the best. So if you can notify Ira by sending him a question or putting up your hand, that would be wonderful. Or you could unmute yourself and call your attention to me if you would like to ask a question. Would anybody like to ask a question? You can unmute yourself. Victoria, I see your hand is up. Ira, could you open Victoria's microphone?
Yeah, should be all set.
Victoria Kamsler.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Charles and Ira and Carlton, and thank you, Rabbi. I found that really inspiring and moving, and I just I wanted to ask you about something where I at least have some disagreement with the traditional story, which is that I guess on 2 points. The first is that I don't believe that either feelings of generosity and kindness, etc., are limited to human beings, nor even the sense of morality is limited to human beings as such, and that more of the created world shares in these attributes. So, primates, whales, dolphins, And many lower animals share the capacity for feeling without the rubric of morality. But I think that our contemporary science is showing us that the world is more suffused with these capabilities than perhaps we thought a few thousand years ago. And the second is that I see the great power of the idea of an initial, original, unique source of humanity. But I think it's also interesting that humanity is kind of a blend of different prehistoric races, and that there is Neanderthal among the existing human population. So maybe that's also another way to think about the expansiveness of the human capacity to accept, to know that all of us are in some way mixed, as well as in a normative sense being one. Thank you.
I think I understood the first point, but I'm not sure I got the second point. Do you mind just repeating that second point, and then I'll repeat your points?
Sure. The second point was just that per anthropology, contemporary humans are not solely consisting of Homo sapien ancestors. They also consist of some Neanderthal and possibly other early primitive forms of humans that subsequently died out, so that there is some proportion of Neanderthal DNA in some people and so forth. So I would like to say that doesn't have to be a bad thing. It can be a way for us to think about the morality of acceptance of difference.
Excellent, thank you. So regarding your first point, which I think I understand to be that human beings are not the only living things in creation that experience either generosity or creativity or empathy. I agree with you that definitely the animal world, creation in general, is a reflection of godliness in many ways, and that we do see elements of those characteristics even in the animal world. Where I think the point of departure is using all of those feelings of empathy and generosity and creativity in a very clear, free choice fashion that yields a completely different kind of building and advancement in existence. The creativity, even the ability to communicate ideas and to create ideas and to share with the free choice component is, in my view, an absolutely different universe. It's just not the same power at all, as evidenced by all the advances of humanity in the positive way over the last many thousands of years. Animals just simply don't do that kind of building and creating. It just doesn't happen. If it did, I think we would be living in different types of houses, and the animals might also be living in different types of houses. And I don't look at that as just merely a function of human beings doing that which is incorrect towards animals or to nature. That's just to address your first point. As far as your second point, the fact that human beings might be comprised or composed of earlier particles of DNA, what science feels is earlier than what the Bible describes as first man. This is not the platform for this, a deep scholarly analysis of the evolution of creation and why science and the Bible really do not contradict the other. But I will say that the version of man that we have is actually a proof to what I'm talking about. Because even if you want to say that there is a connection between a Neanderthal man and this man, science recognizes the extreme difference between the Neanderthal man and the current version of man, which is where we think God comes into the equation to create something unique in his image. That's what the Bible teaches. I don't say that Neanderthal man did not exist. I do say that the way that we currently exist is vastly different than the Neanderthal man, and I attribute that to God's creation and making this version of man from one man and one woman.
Thank you, Victoria, and thank you, Akiva. We have one more. We're going to take a couple of more questions, and then Natan will speak. So we have a question from Jessica Imami. You're welcome to ask.
I'm Jessica. Thank you, Rabbi Zweig. I'm fascinated by the Amalek nation. Do they appear in the Torah?
Do they appear in the Torah? Yes.
When you said that they said they're the first of nations, it reminds me of maybe they're very narcissistic, like they think they're the first nations. That's the first thing that came to my mind.
Yeah.
So I would like to know more about them. Thanks for telling me about it.
Sure. Yes. So arrogance and narcissism, definitely apt terms to a nation that God declares an eternal war with them. To know a little bit more about them, we would need to go back to earlier stories in Genesis and how they developed and how they became consumed with this passion of hating and trying to eliminate both Jews and God from creation. I'm happy to do that another time, but you should know that Amalek himself is a descendant of Abraham. So there's, it's not a new concept that some of the most vicious forms of anti-Semitism are from within.
Okay, thanks, Akiva. Is there anybody else? Thank you, Jessica. Is there anybody else that would like to ask a question? Or Jessica, do you have a follow-up? Okay.
I would like to make a comment. This is Austin Scott.
Go ahead. Thank you. Welcome.
First of all, thank you, Rabbi, for your lecture. I really appreciate that. I enjoyed your just how you were able to express the nature of human evil. And I think that this, to me, speaks to, for me, why I come from the Christian worldview, and it's specifically because what you're talking about is the nature of man. And it's hard when you talk about universal brotherhood. It's hard when that human selfishness is at the root of our behavior. One nation or one group of people dominates and crushes another for the sake of controlling the resources or for the sake of using them for labor or whatever. But that's not something, like you said, that comes from the sky or comes from the ground. It's something that comes from within. It's innate. And so the question is law enough to get human beings to not treat each other inhumanely? I just don't think it is. I think that it has to be a nature change. There has to be a nature change. And it just seems that there's no law that can kind of bring that about. And like I said, and I think that's why I come from that Christian worldview as a follower of Yeshua, specifically because he is the only one who offers a new nature. You see what I'm saying? And so I just think, because like if you look at the history of law, even if you look at Hammurabi, going all the way back to the Amalekites, going all the way back to Egypt. If you looked at law, human beings' propensity to break law when it suits them, or when it, it's to their advantage. It just seems to be that human beings are just incapable of naturally having that type of empathy, which is the goal of law. So to speak.
Okay, so I appreciate your question. I would like to combine your question with what I think is a similar question that I think Sonia posted on the chat about what about the notion that anti-Semitism is a pathological condition for which there is no cure.
Right.
I think that those, that's sort of what you're talking about. And my answer to that is, it's not true. First and foremost in Jewish thought is something called free choice. A part of being created in the image of God means that we have free choice. Now, it's certainly true that selfishness comes naturally, arrogance comes naturally, taking the easy road of domination and etc. comes naturally. But we do have a choice to rise above it, which again distinguishes us from all other living creatures. And most importantly, it's not about law. You're right, it's not about law. Law doesn't cure how a person behaves. So if you ask the question in the following way, I think it's a very contemporary psychological question and a very important question. Forget about the anti-Semite. Forget about Amalek. What about the narcissist? How can we help a narcissist to stop being narcissistic? That's a very relevant 21st century question. And my personal answer to that question is in my address from 2018 that I delivered a couple years ago, which is the only way to truly engage with a narcissist is to demonstrate self-evolution and growth. If you would like a copy of the 2018 speech, I'm happy to send it to Ira or to Charles, and you will see that what we can hope to do is never control a different person's choice, but we can hope to provide them an opportunity to rethink about choices that they've already made, which seem unchangeable. Their innate nature, what you're all referring to, that I think as soon as we give in to the idea that certain human beings are unchangeable, we've taken away, we've stripped them of their being created in the image of God. Don't get me wrong, it's very difficult to deal with, but I think we have to stay philosophically true.
So Akiva, I'd like to ask you a question, and then I think we'll move on to Natan shortly.
Sure.
So also going back to your 2018 lecture, what are the implications? So in Jewish thought, I think people, we learn that people are created in the image of God. The people, in a sense, are inherently good. And I think you spoke about that. And you also spoke about the whole story of Noah and his son. What are the implications of, I think of Shem, you were speaking about Shem and chaos, and how if we start to put criteria upon people. So in other words, you are created in the image of God if you believe in this or believe in that, or don't believe in this or don't believe in that. What are the implications? Could you repeat the story of Shem? I think Austin's question to me reminded me of that story. How is it possible in a way for it to avoid chaos by accepting that we're all created in the image of God, and there is not something that has to change in humans to qualify for being acceptable? Like what, you know what I'm
yes.
saying?
Yeah. Yes. So again, thank you, Charles. What you're talking about is very similar. Are human beings fundamentally good or fundamentally bad? The answer is no. Human beings are beings of choice. They can learn, they can process, and they choose. That is what a human being is. What the Bible teaches us is that in order to avoid the chaos of destruction and everything we've been talking about today, going back to Noah and the flood and everything else, is that human beings need to recognize that they are subject to a certain set of values. One of them is that all human beings are created in God's image, which requires that we protect the rights of all human beings. It requires that there is no superiority of one over another. It requires that because we're created in God's image, we learn and process how to make good choices. Shem, in particular, dedicated his life to promulgating the Noahide laws and principles, because those are the universal laws of mankind. But it's not about law. Yeah, law is just a way of saying gravity, okay? There is gravity. Human beings are created in the image of God. Human beings shall not murder each other. It's not a law that they have to abide by as much as a law of recognizing that that's what a true human being should be. Is that, Charles, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly. No, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay.
So Akiva, so on behalf of everybody here, thank you for leading off the 6th annual Summer Institute.
Thank you all.
Impressive level. So thank you. I think if we were in the seminar room in Oxford, I suspect everybody would be applauding and be grateful for your intervention, but we're in the aquarium, so.
Thank you all. It's a pleasure.
I
look forward to learning from everyone else. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. And also, everybody, will turn to Natan Sharansky now. It seems that we're having some technical issues with Dr. Alisa. So we're going to see if he joins us shortly. I hope he will. So we'll turn to Natan Sharansky. And at the end of the lectures this evening, we're going to take some time to introduce each other. Everybody will have a chance to say hello and to introduce yourselves to everybody. So we'll have some time to do that later. So it's really a great privilege to be able to introduce Natan Sharansky to you. He will speak. The title of his lecture is called "The Challenge of Anti-Semitism." Oh, sorry, no. Excuse me. Defining anti-Semitism clearly. The red lines unite us, not just divide us, and liberate debate, not just suffocate debate. For many of you who know of Natan Sharansky, he was born in the Ukraine. He became a spokesperson for the human rights movement in the former Soviet Union, and he became a prisoner of conscience. In the struggle for human rights in the former Soviet Union, and became the leader of the rights for Jews in the Soviet Union to immigrate to Israel. He was the founding member of the Helsinki Group, which monitored violations of international agreements of different religious and national groups in the Soviet Union. He worked closely with Andrei Sakharov, the renowned Soviet human rights activist, and was in close contact with the foreign media before the Iron Curtain fell, if you will. In 1977, a Soviet newspaper alleged that Natan Sharansky was a collaborator with the CIA, and despite all sorts of denials from people in the Soviet Union and abroad in the United States, Natan was found guilty and he was sentenced to 13 years in prison, including solitary confinement and hard labor. In the courtroom prior to the announcement of his verdict, Mr. Sharansky in a public statement said, "To the court, I have nothing to say. To my wife and the Jewish people, I say next year in Jerusalem." After 9 years of imprisonment due to an intense international campaign led by Avital, his wife, Natan was released in 1986 and immigrated immediately to Israel, and he moved to Jerusalem where he is now. He became, I think, the embodiment of the Jewish spirit to be freed from the former Soviet Union, and he went on to lead a very productive leadership life in Israel. He served 4 consecutive Israeli governments. He was a minister and deputy prime minister. In 2009, Natan was appointed chairman of the executive of the Jewish Agency. The mission of the Jewish Agency is to guarantee the future of the Jewish people by strengthening the connection that every Jew has to the state of Israel and to the Jewish people. In 2018, he received the highest Israeli award called the Israel Prize for promoting immigration to Israel and the ingathering of exiles from the 4 corners of the world. Natan is also the recipient of the Congressional Medal of Honor and the Presidential Medal of Freedom. These are the 2 highest honors that are available in the United States. He's also the only non-living, non-American citizen to receive awards. He's the author of several books and many articles, Fear No Evil, The Case of Democracy, and Defending Identity. He also recently received the Genesis Prize, and he remains a champion of human rights and for people to live in freedom and in dignity. And it's really an honor to welcome Natan. And I'll also say as a student, and I think to the young people who are here with us, I remember as a kid, I think I was 11 years old, and the Jewish community in Canada, where I'm from originally, and then the United States and around the world really united to help free the Soviet Jews. And I remember hearing Natan Sharansky as a kid speak about freedom and human rights. I was a kid in Montreal. And later, when I was a student at McGill University, I was the chairperson of the Student Struggle for Soviet Jewry, and actually visited the Soviet Union in 1984, kind of low-key, shall we say. And I met with leaders of the Refusnik movement that Natan helped to start, and I met his brother and his mother who were in exile. And so these were very formative years for me as a student activist, fighting for human rights. And to have Natan, who became the symbol of Jewish freedom and liberty, to have him here with us is quite miraculous. And there's something sad about it as well, in that we in the West were fighting to free the Soviet Jews, and now Natan is here with us helping to fight anti-Semitism that is sweeping Western Europe and North America. So there's some, wonderful news that Natan is with us, but there's the challenges and the struggles continue. So Natan, welcome, and thank you so much for being here.
Hey, Charles, thank you. It's a great honor and challenge also to speak after Rabbi Zweig. It's only natural that when we speak about the sources or origins or roots of anti-Semitism, Rabbi takes us to the Bible. But I, as the one who is coming from the world of natural science, I first want to go to the definitions. It's clear that the more exact, more concise this definition, it is easier to make your point. So here you can see now the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition, which is also called the working definition of anti-Semitism, which was approved in 2016, which was, at this moment, it's practically the only really officially accepted in internationally definition of anti-Semitism. It is approved by the parliaments of governments of 25 countries, including all the leading countries in Europe. And at the same time, there is a lot of discussions and objections whether it is productive to have this definition or not, and does it restrict the freedom of speech. And if you look at the text, I would say it's a little bit disappointing because it's not exact formula. Okay, it's very vague. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews. What is it? Certain perception of Jews, which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. And what else? And then there will be 11 points. We'll come later to this. 11 points which are giving examples what should be considered as anti-Semitism. So it's impossible to give exact formula, so there is need of these examples. So let me take you to the history, to the roots of this definition, because the history of anti-Semitism is the longest hated in history, as Robert Twistich was saying, but the history of this definition is approximately 20 years of discussions. And I hope that it will help us to understand why it is so long, and also connecting it to the ideological polarization of today's world. I hope I will explain why it is very important tool both for fighting anti-Semitism, but also for keeping enough free space for free discussion and disagreements. If you go through all the history of the anti-Semitism, really thousands and thousands of years. And the question is, what is the thread which is connecting the anti-Semitism of Paro from the Bible, or Aman from the Bible, or and pogroms in Alexandria in the 1st century, or the expulsions of Jews from practically every country in Europe, or anti-Semitism of Crusaders, or anti-Semitism of blood libels, beginning from the Christian world and then to the modern times, and of course anti-Semitism of the Dreyfus trial and Bailey's trial, and anti-Semitism bringing us to Holocaust. And there are so many different episodes of pages in history filled with anti-Semitism that it's so difficult to understand the connection. So it is natural, and there are many people who are trying to describe one specific episode or specific period of history and to put it in historical and social conditions of that time. And then to explain it, I'll give only one example. There is Alexander Solzhenitsyn, an outstanding Russian writer and dissident, wrote two volumes, the books, 200 years together, about Russia and Jews. And the case which he tries to do is to explain that there was no anti-Semitism in Russia. That, in fact, it was such economical and political and social conditions and such type of struggle of Russian nation for its survival that they had no choice but to establish those laws and rules. And we are speaking about approximately 1,000 laws in which Jews have different rights. They have to live differently, they have to pay taxes differently, to go to the university differently, and so on. So of course it is anti-Semitism. But when you're trying to logically to explain this episode, it becomes absolutely disconnected from all the others. And you'll go to the other parts of history and there will be another explanation. So what connects all this? Why in the end it's always Jews who are in the center of this hatred? So the other approach is not to take all the history, but to take the periods of, let's say, the pagan history, when anti-Semitism in Roman Empire, it was clear that there was monotheism, and the only monotheism was Jewish monotheism. And there were pagan belief in many gods, and this nation disagreed to accept the other gods equally, coexistence with their God. And so that was the reason. And then there was Christian anti-Semitism. There was Jews didn't agree that Christianity is replacing Judaism. And then there was anti-Semitism national, when identity became national, not religious. And so then anti-Semitism is based on the identity of the nation. Still, but even if we describe every era separately, we will not explain why the cartoons, caricatures of Jews are the same in all these types of hatred. Why blood libel goes through all these cultures, all these eras and change. So there must be something which is connected. So then there is another attempt to say, okay, it's all scapegoating. The people, especially the moment of hardships, need scapegoat. They have to accuse the other. And here is Jew who is the other. But then, and it was Orwell who said, but why always the scapegoat is Jew? And for what Jew is scapegoated? Or there was a joke in the Soviet Union, and later I found out that Hannah Arendt made this joke much earlier than we in the Soviet Union. The joke is like this: you're telling somebody, did you hear that just now there was an announcement that all the Jews and motorcyclists have together this sixth platform of the railway station, and they all will be evacuated to Siberia. And then you make a pause, and the one to whom you're talking always ask, but why motorcyclists? And then you say, but why Jews? So the idea is that it's natural that Jews are those to be blamed. And nobody even think to say why Jews are specifically chosen for this type of thing. So that is why, in the end, when we want to come with some kind of definition of this hatred, and there is a big debate about the reasons of anti-Semitism. I also wrote a number of articles. I have my opinion. It doesn't matter. In the end, everybody agreed that we cannot agree what is the reason, but we can agree, we internationally, we can agree that there is specific attitude to Jews, which, as they say, some is expressed in hatred, and in the end it's in the damage to Jewish life, to Jewish health, and to Jewish property. And then, and what are all these bullets which are there? The main idea, not the only one, but the main aim of these bullets is to try to make a connection between hatred towards the Jew individually and to the Jew as a member of the community and to collective Jew, which is the Jewish state. And here we are coming really to the point which is constantly under the debate. And as a result of this debate, this definition was written. Here, so let me, in order to go to the history of it, let me take you first of all to the Soviet Union. I have to say, in the Soviet Union, and I was born a few years after creation of the State of Israel, and I grew in the Soviet Union, and it was absolutely clear for everybody, for every citizen of the Soviet Union, that there is no difference between attack on Jew and attack on Zionism. The Jews were attacked as cosmopolites. There was a big campaign about Jews, cosmopolites, Jews who have no loyalty to the motherland. And there were, of course, cartoons, anti-Semitic cartoons, as if taken directly from the Middle Ages or from Nazi newspapers of the Jews. And there was a big attack on Jews Zionists, Jews nationalists. And it was the same cartoons and the same attacks, and sometimes the same people were attacked as cosmopolites and as Zionists. And it was clear for everybody. The moment Israel is under attack, your Jewish neighbor has a problem. And if Jews under attack, it's only a matter of time, sometimes days, sometimes hours, when the Zionist agents will appear. And it was so simple and so clear because we all lived under the domination of very simple ideology. Ideology of class struggle, the Marxist, Leninist, Bolshevik ideology that all the human history is one history of class struggle. There are oppressors and the oppressed. Oppressed are always right, oppressors are always wrong. And religion, of course, is the opium of the people. It should not exist. Nations is the bourgeois prejudice in order to separate people and to exploit people. But, and here comes this very important Marxist position with which we'll meet later. Nations can be good and bad. It depends whether they are contributing at this period of history to the class struggle of the oppressed or not. And by the way, nations at some period of history can be good, and some period of history can be bad. And in this very simple story, Jews were very special because in Soviet Union there was 150 nations. In the fifth line of the identity card, it's written the nationality. There were more than 150 nationalities which can be written. But when somebody was saying he has a problem, he has fifth line problem, everybody knew it means that it is written Jewish. That was the only nationality which was bringing your problem. And this fact that you're Jewish automatically means that you cannot be relied, you can not be trusted because your real loyalty is probably, don't know, but probably to Israel. So for me, as an activist, as fighting for human rights, and the one who was preparing special reviews of the every 6 months of the situation with anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union, it was clear. It's all because we are not democracy. Because in the totalitarian regime always needs external enemy. And there is such a comfortable external enemy, Jews, because they are both internal enemy and external. And there is prejudices for many years which help us to present them as the enemy. So everything was simple and clear. 30 years later, after the struggle, after the prison, after coming to Israel, after becoming minister in Israel government, and among the other things responsible for reviewing the situation with anti-Semitism in the world, I am preparing reports and I am inviting the ambassadors of those countries which are the top of this report, where there were more anti-Semitic incidents, more swastikas, more people attacked because they have kippah, more insulting demonstrations and so on. And they are the ambassadors of France, of Belgium, of England. And it's not totalitarian regimes. They are not looking for the scapegoat. But when I'm presenting the results of this and trying to discuss, the first reaction is, well, of course, it's very unfortunate, and our governments are dealing with this. But don't you understand that the real source of all this is disagreement with the policy of Israel government. So maybe if you'll change this policy, then maybe the stage will be very different. And then I can say, okay, look, we can have disagreements, maybe with something I agree with you, disagree, but you know what, look at the best cartoon of the year in Europe from Guardian. Here is Ariel Sharon eating Palestinian kids, and the blood is dropping from his mouth. And his picture is typical cartoon or caricature of the Jew. And there is written, well, what you're looking at me, didn't you see politicians kissing the children? You don't think there is some parallel between this and classical anti-Semitic cartoons of the past? You don't think that that's why it became so popular? Well, they disagree. Then they say, look, and I spoke after this with the Guardian and with the cartoonist himself, they all disagree. They say it has nothing to do with the anti-Semitism. It's our disagreement with the policy. Then I show that some dignity, very respectable writer from Europe, is coming to Israel and says at the press conference, I went to refugee camp. That is the Auschwitz of today. And I said to them, you know, I was many times in a refugee camp. I think it's a shame that refugee camps exist. The fact that 5th generation of Palestinians live in refugee camps, it's absolutely unacceptable. I can argue with you who has to be blamed for this, the leadership of Palestinians or Israel government or both, and where so, but don't you think that that is demonization? You know, these parallels between Israel and Nazis, that was exactly what Soviet Union was doing. By the way, doctorate degree of Abu Mazen is written in Russian, I read it. It's all about connection between Nazis and Zionists. All this parallel, what Palestinian refugee camp has to do with Auschwitz? And then, of course, it was just after Durban conference. For so many years, United Nations was preparing conference against racism, against all types of racism. And then the Durban conference, it all turns into the condemnation of Israel. Not a word about what's happening in Tibet, not a word what's happening in Chechnya, what's happening in Rwanda and Rhodesia, only about Israel. Don't you think that it's all some double standard? I have to say that I couldn't convince my partners because always I heard you're trying to stop legitimate criticism of Israel. And then I proposed this 3D principle, which later became the base of this definition. I said, you know, look, through all the history of these anti-Semitic episodes, and they are very different, and it's very difficult to describe all of them in one simple formula. But there always were present demonization of Jews. Jews are the closest to the evil in different forms, different labels. There was delegitimization of Jew as a religion, as a nation. And there was clear double standard, whether it is in Russian laws, whether it is in Germany, whether it is many, many different examples. So let's agree that if there is clear elements of demonization of Israel, of delegitimization of Israel, of applying to Israel standards which are not ready to apply to any other country, including the most free countries of the world, then it's the same anti-Semitism. And I can say I found one ally. The ally was Joschka Fischer, the foreign minister of Germany, the one who is coming from Greens, from the far left, who started as the far left, but who had a lot of sympathy and understanding of the Israel suffering from terrorist attacks. And he gave me opportunity at the Berlin conference, which was in 2004 against anti-Semitism. And Israel is not officially a member of this conference, but he gave me opportunity not only to speak there, but to present all these 3D principles with many, many different examples of their time. And I said, you know, if you go to the cinema and try to see 3D film without special spectacles, you will not understand what's really happening there. And then you put these spectacles, and suddenly it's clear. You see the figures, you understand that's the nature, that's the sea, that's the people. So what I ask you, try to put these 3D spectacles to what is written or said about Israel. And if there are no demonization or no double standard and no denial of the right of Israel to exist, then it's absolutely legitimate, normal criticism of Israel. And you know, the result of this, it's interesting, in the resolution, the decision of the conference, there was such a phrase that a number of delegations spoke about the fact that some criticism of Israel is becoming anti-Semitism. Though, of course, if it is the same type of criticism which is applied to the other countries, it should not be considered anti-Semitism. So it looks like a very defensive and modest phrase. That was the whole revolution. For the first time in the official document, it was recognized that yes, some forms of criticism of Israel can be, should be the anti-Semitism. And then there was a long story, there was many debates, many attempts to underline it, saying it's not clear what is demonization, what's clear what double standard, please don't. And then in the end, and the Alliance for Remembering Holocaust decided they could not continue their fight for remembering Holocaust without addressing anti-Semitism. And they were the first who approved this formula. And if I'll go through the bullets, look, making, dehumanizing, demonizing stereotypical allegations about Jews, as such of the power of Jews as collective and so on. Accusing Jews as people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoings. Accusing Jews as a people of Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Accusing of Jewish citizens double loyalty. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming that the existence of the state of Israel is a racist endeavor. That's the legitimization. Applying double standards by requiring with a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. That's a double standard. Using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism to characterize Israel or Israelis. That's demonization. Drawing comparison of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. We spoke about it. And so on and so on. So that is the way in which the world accepted the fact that the demonization, double standard, and the legitimization of Israel should be considered as anti-Semitic. And then, so 25 countries recognized this definition. Debates continue. And for example, arguments about BDS, boycotting Israel. From my point, and from knowing, fighting with BDS and its leaders on many campuses for years, I'm sure that's anti-Semitism, because that's clear double standard. There is no attempt to connect to the demand boycott in connection with the behavior of China or Iran or any other country. But But what we hear, they say that's exactly why we don't like this so-called definition of anti-Semitism. Because doesn't matter whether it is double standard, it's not double standard. Israel should be boycotted. And I'll give you only one scene of many which I met on American campuses, and I was in hundreds of them in the last 20 years. So in 2015, I'm coming to Brown University, and I have a lecture together with Michael Douglas about the importance of identity, and specifically about Jewish identity. And as always, when there is anything Jewish and anything connected to Israel, there is also demonstration of students. And before the lecture, I go out, there is a demonstration of students who are standing with the slogans, Israel is an apartheid state, boycott Israel. And I come to one young girl and I say, you're too young to remember really the world of apartheid. But I is the one who was friend of Nelson Mandela. And I is the one who was international observer of the first elections. The one who spent quite a time in Soweto and in some other places in South Africa. Let me talk to you for a few minutes and to tell you what was exactly apartheid in South Africa. And then I propose that you and your friends together with me will discuss whether you can accuse Israel of apartheid. She looked at the ringleader, the guy, and then she simply started looking above me and started shouting, "We did not come here to talk to you. We came here to demand boycott Israel." And everybody started shouting, "Boycott Israel, boycott Israel." And I looked at her, and it reminded me Soviet Union when there was organized massive campaigns against dissidents. And the people were shouting, "Shame to Sakharov, shame to Solzhenitsyn." Of course, we didn't read their books. Of course, we don't have to read their books. We know that they are our enemies. And that's more or less how they were shouting. We don't want to know the facts. We don't want to discuss anything. We want to boycott Israel. And why it is happening? Because like in the Soviet Union, there is also now ideology. There is ideology which from scream elements. Postmodernism, which dreams about the world without nations, without religion, without governments. Imagine the world where there is nothing to die for, as said John Lennon. In this world, Israel is like the last remnant of Israel, national state. Who needs national states? The last remnant of colonialism. And then, of course, there is Marxism, which says that the world is, the history of the world is between oppressors and oppressed. And always, those who are oppressed, they are always right. Those who are oppressed, they are always wrong. And then there is intersectionalism, which says that, as Marx said, all the proletarian of the world unite. Here, all the oppressed people unite. Who are oppressed? The victims of colonialism, Palestinians. The victims of racism, Black people. The victims of chauvinism, women. The victims of sexual harassment, lesbian and gays. And they all have to unite in our progressive struggle against the oppressors. And as a result, it doesn't matter what oppressor can keep saying that, in this case, Israel, but we are fully for this feminist struggle. Look, we are very much against what's happening in Palestinian Authority. 1/3 of the killings are honored killings. It doesn't matter. You cannot be part of the Women's March in Washington if you're a Zionist. And they can the gays and lesbian movement tried to join under the Israeli flag the struggle in America. They were told, no, you cannot, because the real fighters for your rights have to be against Israel. And again, the facts are not important. I was traveling on some campuses with the gay guy, Palestinian, who was explaining that he had a choice or to become suicide bomber, to be killed, and instead of this, he asked for asylum in Israel. And everybody can tell you what are the rights of lesbians and gays in Israel. It doesn't matter. Nobody should confuse us with the facts. There is clear ideology. And in this situation of progressive ideology, yes, we expect from progressive people who are against anti-Semitism to recognize that there are red lines when this progressive ideology is becoming anti-Semitic. But at the same time, the very same time when this postmodern Marxists in the sectionalism without the borders is conquering one campus after the other, at the same time, there is counter wave of new nationalism. If it is only Le Pen 15 years ago who was speaking in Europe about bringing back national pride. Now there are 20 parties. Now there is Brexit, there is Trump administration. And when they go to the extreme, when they are saying that national state is very important, but who needs all these liberals who are trying to interfere? It's also very dangerous. And as a result, who are those people who are bringing all these foreigners to America? Jews. You remember this demonstration, Jews will not replace us. What it meant? Jews are going to bring more and more foreigners to replace us, we will not let them. And then in Pittsburgh, the guy who killed, 13 old Jews there in the synagogue, what he wrote on the internet, enough from me, it is Jews who are bringing all these foreigners. I have to act. And he went and killed. Of course, it can be much more civil. And in Hungary, like in Austria, these new nationals came to power. And then all the country suddenly is under this portraits of Soros. And who is responsible, who wants to bring all these foreign Muslims to Hungary? And and somehow Soros' face looks exactly like the pictures of all of these Jews and the cartoons those years. And I happened to be at some discussions in Israeli Knesset and even in the government, where some people are saying, look, the Hungarian government is fully for Israel as a Jewish national state. They have political disagreements with their position. That's why they have also political disagreement with the liberal Jewish community. What has to do with us? We are speaking here about one of the very few real allies who are supporting us in all the votes in the international bodies. And again, if there are no clear red lines, which say to all of us, when this national policy turns into anti-Semitic, how can I convince people who feel that it is their political allies to speak against? Effective strike against anti-Semitism can be only if people are ready to see anti-Semitism in their own camp. And usually it happens opposite. The people on the left are shouting on the anti-Semitism on the right and vice versa. And when you are speaking with the leftists about danger of left anti-Semitism, they're saying, what are you talking about? Some generation of some students on the campuses. And when I speak on the right, they say, what are you talking? Some lonely wolves who are killing somebody, but it's not some financed international organizations trying to organize boycott of Jews or something. So the thing is that we really need that people will see anti-Semitism in their own ideological political camp. And today, when everything is so polarized, it's almost impossible. The only way to do it is when you have clear red lines. And everybody agrees that the moment you cross these red lines, you're in the dangerous area, in the area of anti-Semitism. So, and as to the freedom of speech, no, to the contrary. If you want to feel absolutely free to criticize Israel without becoming anti-Semitic, so don't use this, don't compare a refugee camp to Auschwitz. Don't deny the right of Israel to exist. Don't use all these demonic blood libel accusations. And then there is such a big, huge field for criticism, for disagreement. In fact, in Israel, if some politician will stop criticizing his own government, that's the end of his career. So I believe really that the clear red lines are liberating us for the real discussion. And clear red lines help to all of us to put these 3D spectacles and to see our common enemy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natan. Thank you. Thanks. Everybody's applauding. So thank you very much on behalf of everybody. So I would like to open the floor to some questions and comments. So there's a good question from an old friend and colleague, Zebniak Tarant from the Czech Republic. Ira, can you open his microphone?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sharansky, for your lecture. And I would, of course, like to express my admiration to all the work you have done. My question is a little bit specific to my region. I'm from the Czech Republic, which is Central and Eastern Europe. And here we are currently dealing with the fact that the most important source of anti-Semitism in our region are either the Russian or pro-Russian or pro-Kremlin websites, groups, politicians. We see the fact that the Russian regime organizes large conferences for far-right leaders, sometimes under the auspices of high-ranking Russian officials. And the question is to you, as somebody who has such an intimate experience with the Russian attitudes toward Jews, could you comment on that? How should we read the attitude of the Russian establishment towards Jews, where on the one hand, Vladimir Putin puts himself as a friend of Jews, but at the same time, we see Russian oligarchs and secret services helping anti-Semitic movements in the Central and Eastern Europe. So what should we learn from that, or how should we read this? Thank you very much.
Okay, that's an interesting question about Putin and about Russia. And somehow, strangely enough, we have unique situation in the history of Russia. For the first time in the history, in the 1,000-year history of Russia, the leader of Russia is not anti-Semite. More than, as a human rights activist, I can say a lot of very bad things about Putin, who took democracy back. As the activist of Jewish movement, as the head of Jewish agency who had to work a lot with Jewish community in Russia, I can say a lot of good words. And Putin has his own stories about why in his life Jews played, as a child, played such an important role, why he in such love with Jews. But you know, we have many anti-Semites who also have stories how they love Jews and they are anti-Semites. But Putin haven't told me personally, the very early age in 2000, when he just became president, and he met me on his own initiative. And he said, I believe it was the biggest mistake of the Soviet Union. They felt that Jewish community life, independent Jewish life, is dangerous for Soviet Union. I believe it's good for us. Let Jewish communities be the bridge to the West. I have to say many things which he was saying to me about Iran, about Syria, about America, were absolutely wrong. He didn't tell the truth. I have to say, on this question of permitting Jews to live independent community life, to have free connection with Israel, to have official policy without discrimination. Jews are not discriminated when they go to the universities or any other place. It's still there. And more than this, his sympathy to Israel is based mainly on the fact that he says Israel is, for him, is a Russian-speaking Jewish state. And he loves all this, that we are Russian-speaking, that we are Jewish. So that's about good. Having said all this, of course, He is guy from was working KGB. He thinks like KGB man. For him, the interest of bringing the Russia back to be the superpower and to make the world to respect them as superpower is #1 topic. And that's why whatever he says about his good attitude to Israel, he will continue doing, strengthening Iran as his main card against America. And he brought back the regime of Assad and established through Assad big influence on the Middle East, and all these are bad things. Now, of course, he will not hesitate a moment to use his power. One of the big strategies is, of course, to weaken independent countries which were part of the communist bloc and to try to bring them closer. And that was his policy vis-a-vis Ukraine and vis-a-vis Georgia and a number of other countries. And I think, I don't know well what they're doing in Czechoslovakia, but no doubt, Czechia, but no doubt that whatever they can do to strengthen the forces, which will be pro-Russian, they'll do. And if they'll need to go back to some anti-Semitic prejudices, they will not hesitate to do it. And there is no contradiction between what I said personally about his attitudes to Jews and the imperialist interests of Russia to come back as the superpower in this world. So that's, I cannot comment in more details because I don't know what exactly is happening now on these sites that you were talking about, but I think it's natural, exactly as it was in many other countries. And so when they want to strengthen their power by saying that their opponents are anti-Semites, they'll do it. When they, in order to strengthen their power, they need allies who are anti-Semites, they'll strengthen them, no doubt.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natan and Zherek. Is there anybody else who would like to ask a question? Seth, I see that you have a question.
Yes, so first of all, thank you so much, Natan, for your words. And my name is Seth Eisen, and I'm going to be a Wiesel King Scholar with the Institute this summer. And a question I had is, how would you characterize the mission and goals of some liberal American Jewish advocacy groups, such as J Street, which believe in Israel's right to exist but critique Netanyahu's desire to annex parts of the West Bank and his policies towards Palestinians? Organizations like this anti-Semitic in your opinion, or is there more elements of nuance you can speak to in sort of their approach?
No, I spent now so much time explaining what are the red lines of anti-Semitism. So as long as these organizations are not demonizing Israel or denying the right to exist, they're organizations with which I can disagree, with which we have political debate. Well, I have a lot of criticism about J Street. I think there is a big difference between the leaders of J Street and some activists on the campus, because many activists on the campus are absolutely sincere young Jewish people who are looking for the platform where they can express their criticism, and they are fighting against J Street. As to the leaders, unfortunately, very often I think that the most important thing for them is not the fate of Israel and the real challenges of Israel, but how to look good in their liberal world in which they exist. And some of their statements are absolutely responsible. And the most important thing is that if you listen to these speeches, you can think that there is no peace because of Israel. If only Israel will decide today to have a peace, we'll have a peace. And of course, that's absolute nonsense. And we want peace. I happen to be the one who believes that the real peace will come only through developing civil society, and when Palestinians will be helped to have a developed civil society, the peace and the coexistence of two states will come naturally. But that's already, the question is how you're reaching peace. These statements that the problem is that Israel doesn't want peace, and if only Netanyahu or Israeli government will change its policy, we'll have peace tomorrow. I don't know if they really believe into this, or they simply think that that sounds good, and that's why they say it. But I would not agree that, would not call them anti-Semites as long as they are not demonizing Israel or denying our right to exist.
Thank you, Natan. I'll ask a quick question. Many of our participants, the students and scholars, are from the United States. And you're in Israel, I'm in the United Kingdom. But we can see from afar that the United States is going through, I'd say, a very intense time with the killing of young African-American people by the police, and the Black Lives Matter movement, which sort of exploded a few months ago to the streets of the United States after the killing of Mr. Floyd. And I know when you were in a prisoner of conscience, you had an affinity to Martin Luther King, and we have Martin Luther King, Elie Wiesel scholars here. And you had, I think, an intellectual and political connection to the civil rights movement. And when you came out, you were involved with some of the people from the civil rights movement in the United States. Can you comment on, I guess, the level of anti-Semitism and racism, which is seems to have engulfed the United States most recently, and your view of what's taking place in the United States and its implications for human rights?
I think that this killing of this young black guy was horrible, and the reaction was more than understandable. And the fact that there is such an anger and passion, and so it's clear. And the fact that most of the Jews want to contribute to the struggle is also natural. After all, we have such our own history and history of involvement in civil rights and so on. But having said all this, I have to say, we Jews who have such a rich experience of our own of fighting against racism, why ADL and Jewish federations and Shlichim of Jewish Agency of Ethiopian origin, and we have some of the best in our country, together will not have their own demonstration. And why they, with the slogans that for Zionists, Black Lives Matter, why they have to join the demonstrations of the organization, which became very popular, but which from the very beginning called to the boycott of Israel, who called, said that Israel genocide. Even today, when there is a new libel that American policemen are trained to treat the black people like this in Israel. And suddenly you see the demonstrations in Washington, they're saying, Israel, we are coming for you too, because you're too killing the children. Why we have to join this demonstration? Well, everybody who wants to know the truth, he can check the truth. It's new blood libel. The majority of those policemen who came to Israel, they are black people. And the only thing that they learned here is how to protect communities against terror and how to deal with the terror. And unfortunately, we had such a big experience, and many countries are coming to us for advice on this. But the facts don't matter. It goes exactly with this Marxist philosophy of fighting against oppressors. So I do believe that Jews have to participate very actively in demanding to deal with this phenomena of racism wherever it exists. I only recently wrote an article saying that we Jews in our history, we are never trying to boycott or to change the history by throwing the monuments, and that's why I don't understand why we have to participate in this campaign of throwing the monuments of Lincoln and Jefferson and Columbus. We accept the monuments of the most awful anti-Semites because we know that they contributed something. And here people who contributed to American Revolution and to the liberation of Black people, or the moving of Black people from slavery to the civil rights movement. They have to be erased from history. But yes, Jews have to participate in this protest. They have to contribute to it. They have to make clear that for Jews and for Zionists, Black Lives Matter. But the slogan is great, but I don't think that we have to strengthen organizations who at the same time their leadership is speaking very strongly against us.
Okay, thank you. And I can see some of you. Does anybody else have a question? I'm trying to see as many photos as I can. If you put up your hand to the camera, I'll try and ask anybody who's motioning to the camera. If you want to ask a question, please feel free.
Okay.
Would anybody like to ask a question, wave to the camera, or text Ira? So I see Victoria would like to ask a question, but she already did. Does anybody else would like to? If not, I'll ask Victoria. Okay, Rami, go ahead, please. Rami Aziz from Rome. And Dr. Leach, you'll be next.
Unmute, Rami.
Okay, Rami.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah, you can hear me now? Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to thank Mr. Sharansky for this wonderful presentation. And indeed, the question is not from me. It's from our friend, Dr. Sharif Mansour. He asked why most politicians ride anti-Semitism to gain political ground. Liberals all over the West, including liberal Jewish act against Israel.
I'm sorry, Rami.
Again,
what is the question?
The question is, our friend Dr. Sharif Mansour would like to ask you about why anti-Semitism used as the most tools to gain ground and the popularity among the people in the West, even including liberal Jewish people using anti-Semitism sometimes.
Well, but that's what I try to explain. What we have really unique situations when there are like division between, because of this ideological collision between, let's say, universalist movements which deny nationalism and national movements which deny liberalism. And instead of trying to merge and to have the best of both, they are in such a collision. And as a result, there are people who love Jews and hate Israel. They love liberal Jews and hate Israel. And there are people who love Israel and hate liberalism. And as a result, suddenly there is two types of anti-Semitism, which are acting one against the other. And the challenge here is really to try to show to both sides that both are our enemies. And yes, unfortunately, it became a cheap cut or easy way to become accepted in the liberal circles when liberal newspapers are publishing cartoons like the one which I mentioned about Sharon, or liberal organizations are supporting boycott movement, BDS movement. So it is easy to become popular saying, I'm Jewish, but I'm against Israel. And of course, vice versa also. So that's a problem. And the challenge, I personally believe that the two most important desires of every person is to be free and to belong. And that's why we have to find the way to unite our national pride and our desire to have human rights for everybody. And the fact that there is such a big collision, a big polarization, that makes our task much more difficult, but that's why we're here.
So thank you, Natan. So Hannibal Leach and then Daphne will ask a question. So Hannibal,
yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to go back very briefly to the Black Lives Matters, I guess, exchange. I just want to just let everyone know that the Black Lives Matter, their leaders are varied and diverse. There isn't like a single set of leaders out there. I also believe that the Black Lives Matter movement, they suffer from elements that want to discredit the organization from the inside. And many Black organizations in American history have actually suffered from that sort of tactic. COINTELPRO is a term that comes to mind that's usually used to describe that. I would also want to, I guess, just let people know that Black Lives Matter doesn't only have Black leaders. Many of the leaders in Black Lives Matter are not Black. Many of them are non-Black. And so I just want to make sure that these elements are kept in mind. It's really just a loose group. There really isn't like a structure, and there are just many people that just want to get their voices out there, and sometimes they are taken advantage of, and they are able to do it easily because of the use of social media and the like and things like that. And that's why I think it's important that some of the non-Black leaders as well as the Black leaders, you're right, step up a little bit more and make those things known. The anti-Israel, let people know that that's not accepted. It's not acceptable. And I do believe that the Black Caucus in the American Congress does a good job of doing that. But also Bernie Sanders and people like that who are allies of the movement do that a lot. But I think that they suffer and they suffer a great deal because of their looseness. It makes them very vulnerable to be, I guess, sort of taken hostage from within.
Thank you very much. I have to say, I agree with every word which you just now said. I think we should be ready to embrace every leader from Black Lives Matter who is ready to separate the importance of the work for the against racism and Israeli hatred, and to remove from their platform, which is put in 2016, all this about genocide, Israel as a source of genocide, and that Israel is, I don't remember exact words, but there is about supporting the boycott of Israel and so on. So, of course, it's a loose organization, but the leaders who see, like I saw on CNN or whatever, the demonstration, which was saying Israel is the one who is killing Black people, children, something like this. Those leaders who say it's not our demonstration, it's the demonstration which is using our name, we are absolutely against it. I think, of course, we have to listen. And I know the Black caucuses on the Congress, of course, they're doing a great job. That's exactly what has to be done. But thank you for your comment, because otherwise some people can understand me that not rightly. You corrected it in a very well, good way. Thank you.
Thank you. So Daphne, the floor. Thanks for your question, Hannibal and Daphne.
Hi everyone. Natan, my question is, in all your years of advocacy, do you have any specific tactics that you use to reach anti-Zionist Jews?
My tactics is always go to the logic. Let's discuss not the slogans. Let's discuss the facts and let's understand from where these slogans are coming. Maybe because originally I was a mathematician, but then I changed it for being political prisoner. And I'm also chess player. So I always want to go to the sources, to the logical connection between what people are saying and what are the facts and why they're saying all this. My experience on the campus, the moment people agree to have serious logical discussion, you can always, it doesn't mean they decide to make aliyah, but that definitely, it helps them to understand one another and not to go to the extremes. The problem is that, and for the first time I saw it 15 years ago, but it's more and more often, there is this cancel culture. People don't want to discuss. People don't want to go logic. And I always say, no, it's a very non-Jewish way. It's very non-Jewish to refuse to use your logical skills to analyze the situation. And that's the problem. In fact, there was recently the letter of 150 culture leaders in the United States of America. They are writing exactly about it, not about Israel, but they're writing exactly about it, how ideology is coming instead of objective discussion of the facts, and how it's dangerous. And especially it's dangerous when it's happening with the young people my method is always, let's start discussing, and not emotional discussion. Let's start discussing the reasons of your beliefs and what are the facts on the ground.
Thank you. Thanks, Daphne and Natan. So Victoria, we'll come to you. And if anybody, you can send me a message or a wave and I'll put you on the list so you can ask a question.
Sorry, that's just me trying to open the chat. I wasn't trying to be recognized. I apologize. I'll try to do it from the other side next time.
Victoria, do you have a question?
Oh. Can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah.
I hear you.
Oh, yeah. I was just trying to open the chat box to read the chats, and I wasn't trying to be recognized. My apologies.
All right, no problem. Does anybody else would like to ask Natan a question? Okay, so anybody else?
We have one from Michael Ben.
Mr. Sharansky, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you today, and I'd just like to thank you for the work that you've done in furthering equality for all people. I'm very interested in how Black, Christian, and Jewish organizations can work together in the United States to combat white nationalism and supremacy. And I'm also very interested in anti-Blackness and how it plays itself out throughout the diaspora and the globe generally. I have good friends and colleagues in Israel, Israelis who work on the ground there to combat that, specifically as it relates to Ethiopian Jews and migrant immigrants. And I'd just like to get your thoughts about what's going on there and just to get your thoughts on that.
Well, you know, I was very lucky. I participated in Operation Shlomo. It was a secret operation when in one night, Israel brought 14,000 Jews from Ethiopia to Israel. There was a civil war, and Israel had to bribe, in fact, the leaders of both armies, you know, they'll stop fighting for 24 hours, and in the meantime to send practically all our airplanes and to bring 14,000 Jews. And it was one of the most exciting moments for me in my life, which echoed my own Aliyah coming to Israel, seeing these people from thousands of years of disconnection, and when the only word which connects us is Jerusalem, and bring them to Israel. And the feeling was that all Israel is so happy that we are those who are bringing these people from Africa and giving them citizenship, and then immediately becoming citizenship. Well, it's a long story, and I was involved on this saga on many stages later as a minister and visited them in Africa and so on. So I would say that Israel's society, that moment of bringing them, was not racist at all. I didn't see one episode of but of course then the problems begin, and the absorption, integration of these people into Israeli society was not simple because of the way of life in Africa and way of life here, because of some non-wise decisions which were decided to restrict them to these types of schools. Any kind of paternalism between the state of new immigrants is always not working. I think we are just now, we reached a very interesting moment in the development of relations between the Ethiopian Jewish community and the state of Israel, because recently this member of this community, girl who came to Israel just in that operation I was talking about, now became Minister of Absorption. And I called her and said, you know that the real integration of Russian Jews started when in '96, we Russian Jews conquered the Ministry of Absorption. And the moment we start making decisions for ourselves, that's real integration. So now when some of the best shlichim, the messages which Jewish agencies sent to America, and for example, the head of our delegation in America is also Ethiopian Jew. Some of the best are from Ethiopia. And Ethiopian Jew now became now the head of the ministry which is responsible for the absorption. These are the signs, hopeful signs, which saying about integration. Having said all this, of course, there are problems, and there are problems. Also, by the way, some problems. There was some accident between the police and one Ethiopian young boy, and whether they had to start to open the fight. And so some of them can seem like similar, no? But I can say, in general, Israel's society, maybe because it is all the societies of new immigrants, and we are almost like first or second generation of Americans when they were creating America. I don't think we have deep, serious, built-in problem of racism. And also when in America they're speaking about white privilege, and that Jews are constantly accused that they are part of this white privilege. But to know that majority of Jews in Israel are not what is called white people. They are coming from Africa. They are coming from so-called Sephardic communities. We have Jews from Caucasus, from the former Soviet Union, whom I know very well, who cannot be suspected in being part of this white privilege. But from this point, Israel is real melting pot, because really all these people, they have the same roots, the same rights. Nobody can say, but my ancestors were from Mayflower. Mayflower is the one which brought them maximum 2 generations ago, in the beginning of the 20th century, but most of them came in the end of the 20th century. So I think that our society is much more protected from the prejudices of racism, but that's nevertheless, that's the challenge which always has to be in front of our eyes when we are thinking about education, when we are speaking about job applications, and about many other things.
Thank you.
Michael, do you want to follow up, or you're good?
No, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, anybody else? Quick question, we have a bit of time. Okay, so.
Here is, somebody is asking me, Natan, what do you think about Peter Baynard's one-state solution? I cannot say. I don't know. It was sent in written. Okay. I think it's kind of arrogance that Peter Bernard writes, I think in New York Times, that no, I thought and I decided now no more separate Jewish democratic state. There should, and then Palestinian state. It doesn't work. It's not going to happen. So we will have one state, democratic state for everybody. See, I think nobody even notices it in Israel, because Israel is every day involved in building and strengthening and developing Jewish democratic state. That was the dream. That was the prayers. That's what already happened. That's happening. And the fact that some people abroad decided that in their head that now it doesn't seem to us realistic. Let's think about the other model. So let them think it has nothing to do with the real life. Israelis on the left and on the right, they can disagree how we can bring peace, who has to be blamed if there is no peace. They can propose different ways of negotiating or convincing our partners that how to come to these 2-state solutions. They can believe that it can happen in a few years or maybe in 20, 30, 40 years. But that's what the majority of Israel is not only thinking, that's what they're doing every day, building this Jewish democratic state. So it doesn't matter if somebody decided that for him it will be more comfortable now to speak about non-existence of a Jewish democratic state. It will not change anything.
Okay, Natan, thank you. I'm just seeing a question here from Philippe. He asks, Natan, how can a Jewish person fighting against anti-Semitism from within Israel without fluent Hebrew could work in the government to combat anti-Semitism? Do you have any ideas or suggestions? It's from Philippe.
Well, if it is a hint on my bad Hebrew, then you're right. And sometimes I had problems, especially when military people were using their military jargon and speaking quickly in Hebrew and using a lot of formulas which only people who went through the army can understand. And I came at the age of 38 and I couldn't. So sometimes I feel, but in general, if you are asking in general, look, Israel absorbed people from 150 whatever countries, and nobody cares. Everybody accepts that people can speak with different accents and with using Hebrew on very different levels. It will not be the problem. The problem is really how to challenge anti-Semitism at the time when it is in so many different forms. And when it doesn't matter from in what ideological camp you are, in your camp there is also anti-Semitism. And to recognize anti-Semitism in your camp and to be ready to speak against it, it needs courage. It needs courage if you are on American campus, and it needs also courage if you're an Israeli citizen.
Okay, Natan, so thank you. So I think we'll end this part of the event tonight. So thank you, Natan. Thanks for your contribution.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So what I would like to do now, people are applauding. I wish we were together to hear the the group applauding together. So thank you, Natan. So what I would like to do now, I want to speak briefly about anti-Semitism, which will sort of serve as a foundation for tomorrow as we go forward with the lectures. I'm going to be brief. I'll be like 10 minutes at the most. And then we could introduce each other as a group to everybody can speak, introduce themselves to the group and who you are and where you're from. And unfortunately, Dr. Mohammed Alisa, who's the head of the Muslim World League, will not be joining us this evening. There's some sort of issues going on. I hope he'll be able to join us perhaps at the closing session, but he's not going to be able to make it tonight, unfortunately. And it would have been historic because it would have been the first time a Saudi leader, he's based in Mecca, would have joined an Israeli leading public figure, Natan Sharansky, on a platform. But hopefully one day soon this will happen. So I'll just sort of briefly speak about anti-Semitism and some of the issues we're dealing with. I think some of the issues came up. I think for our American students and scholars, I think that the African American and Jewish communities, I think, really feel under siege with the rise of racism, and I think for the Jewish American experience, the rise of anti-Semitism from the extreme right and the white supremacists, and also from the extreme left. And I think we're also, I think to set the record straight, and I think I want to also say that I come from a human rights background, and I was very active and engaged in dealing with indigenous issues and the issues of racism in Canada, where I'm originally from, and also played a leadership role in creating solidarity committees for the African National Congress. And I was on the ground fighting apartheid, the real apartheid, in the 1980s and 90s in South Africa, working with the leadership of the African National Congress on the ground in places like Khayelitsha. If anybody knows South Africa, I was in Khayelitsha for 5-6 weeks in the late 80s. And it's a squatter camp outside of Cape Town, and going around to the first legal congresses. So I come from this background of fighting apartheid. And I think we have to be, I think we need to be open about looking at systemic racism in the United States and police brutality and violence. And that goes without saying. There's no and ifs or buts. At the same time, I think we have to recognize the fact that in Black Lives Matter, there's the Black Lives Matter that I think everybody or every decent person identifies with in the United States and even abroad. I mean, if you look even at the, I was telling a friend, if you look at the National Hockey League in Canada, the Canadian, when the playoffs started for hockey, this is broadcast across the country, the Prime Minister, the Hockey League, taking a knee in support of Black Lives Matter. Football players across Europe doing the same. And this has really become a global recognition and support for the struggle in the United States for an end to this brutality and racism. And I know that people feel under siege. At the same time, the official hashtag Black Lives Matter, the small group that speaks for Black Lives Matter or in part for Black Lives Matter, has adopted problematic positions when it comes to Israel. And the Jewish community, to be frank and open, are very concerned. We've been doing research at ISGAP since 2012, looking at how the Nation of Islam under Louis Farrakhan has played a concerted role in working with popular figures in the African American community, athletes, artists, musicians, journalists, and this sort of whole trope that Israeli soldiers are training American police officers in counterterrorism measures to go back to the United States to murder African American men and women, but mostly men, that this trope comes out of the Nation of Islam. And it's a dangerous trope that's gaining traction, and it's gaining traction in the Black Lives Matter movement. So there is areas of concern. So yes, for fighting racism, yes, for real justice in the United States, it's imperative. And at the same time, trying to understand how reactionary forces of all kinds, not just the Nation of Islam, but others, are trying to hijack the movement, as Dr. Leach was referring to. So, and using anti-Semitism and the demonization of Israel in this struggle, and looking at sort of racializing on an American level the Israeli context and the Palestinian context, and trying to unpack that. So that's part of the conversation I hope that we'll have during the next several days. And these are important conversations at many levels. So what I would like to do is very briefly, as an introduction, speak about the different forms of anti-Semitisms that I think during the course of the next several days we'll begin to unpack. So I'm going to be very brief. So I think that you can make the argument, as I do in my introductory book that has been recommended to you for reading on global anti-Semitism, a crisis of modernity. There's three types of anti-Semitisms with an S that I look at. There's the religious form of anti-Semitism. There's the racist form of anti-Semitism. And then there's the anti-Semitism that attacks Jewish people for who they are as a people. And what these different forms of anti-Semitism have in common is this, as I referred to earlier, this sort of innate element that is genocidal. So when the dominant worldview was sort of perceived through the lens of religion, the Jews were constructed as the wrong religion. And this type of anti-Semitism really comes out of, I would say, predominantly European forms of Christianity. And of course, this European form of Christianity was exported at various points in time to other parts of the world through missionaries, through colonialism, and the like. So these type of Christianities perceive the Jew as the wrong religion. And according to different forms of Christianity, not all forms of Christianity, the Jew was blinded by evil, blinded by the devil, for not accepting the Christian understanding of the Messiah. And that the Jew, by not accepting the Christian notion of the Messiah, was sort of blinded by evil. And what made anti-Semitism, or even makes anti-Semitism inherently genocidal, is that not only was the Jew blinded by evil by not being able to accept the Christian notion of the Messiah, but by not accepting the Christian notion of the Messiah, the Jew was hindering redemption of the world, of bringing sort of a messianic age, and that the Jew was hindering the saving of the world. And you still see this type of Christianity being expressed in our midst, as we speak. So this is a very dangerous form of anti-Semitism, and it's an inherently genocidal. It's sort of, you have to civilize the Jew in order to save the world. So think about it. And when reality shifted from a dominant view of religion to race and ethnicity and nation, the Jew was constructed as the wrong race. So even though Jews lived in different parts of the world, in the Middle East, North Africa, Europe, for centuries, when the view was shifted from religion to biologically determined notions of identity, of race, ethnicity, and nation, the Jew was constructed as the other, as the impure race. That the Jew was perceived as a lower race, and it was affecting the purity or threatening the purity of the white Aryan race. So unlike the time of religion where the Jew had the ability to exit extermination through conversion or exile, there was sort of an escape. Western science, in quotations, and biologically determined notions of identity and eugenics and even philosophy, if you look at Western philosophy, Herder, kind of the founding fathers of enlightenment, there was this sort of fixed notion that race and ethnicity was inherently biological and there was no escaping it. You couldn't escape the so-called innate elements of who people were based on racially determined identities. So the race, so in a sense that the white Aryan nation and race had to be saved by this impurity that the Jew represented to the purity of the white nation. And the only way to save the purity of the white nation and to save it from the impure Jew results in the Holocaust, results in the physical annihilation of the Jew to save the purity of the white nation. So now, today, in Western universities and progressive social movements, the old Christian forms of anti-Semitism and the old racist forms of anti-Semitism are frowned upon, I would say, by almost everybody. In fact, if you're in a good university or you work for a good media of record, a good newspaper or magazine, and you articulate these old Christian anti-Semitic notions of the Jew or of Judaism, or you articulate racist forms of what Jews are as a people, I think you would be ostracized. It's not acceptable to speak this way or to see the world in this way in liberal, progressive spaces like universities, the media of record, social movements that are fighting racism, et cetera, et cetera. But today, I would argue that the most vile form, the strongest form, if you will, type of anti-Semitism that is not only acceptable, but I think it's sort of in a way promoted, is the demonization of who Jewish people are as a people, the legitimate right that Jews have in their own homeland, the self-determination of Jewish people in their own homeland, and their affinity to Israel as a people, the sort of ancient cultural, religious, political connection that Jewish people have to the state of Israel, to the land of Israel. This is what is being predominantly attacked. This is the dominant form of anti-Semitism today. So if Israel, as we will hear through the next 4 or 5 days, is the sort of the garbage can, if you will, of the world, right? So Israel and Zionism is racist, it's colonial, it's occupationing, it's pinkwashing, it's reactionary, every kind of negative epithet that you could imagine. It's sexist, you sort of put on what Zionism is. So at the beginning in the 1970s and 80s, when Israel was being delegitimized and dehumanized, which Natan writes so very importantly about, many progressive intellectuals said that this was not anti-Semitism, that this was the politics of the region, and it was about occupation and Palestinian rights and People were anti-Zionist, but they weren't anti-Semitic. That was sort of the legitimization of the demonization of Israel. But what we see more and more clearly in Western Europe, in the United States of America, Jewish communities that have an affinity to Israel are being demonized themselves. Because if progressive, sort of in progressive spaces like universities, if faculty and students articulate a connection to their homeland, if they go to Jewish student organizations on campus like Hillel or Chabad House, or Jewish Student Network, if faculty members don't demonize Israel, which is now the sort of the standard kind of dominant problematic in scholarship in many departments, right? That if Jews show an affinity to that racist, apartheid, fascist homeland, then Jewish people in these spaces, in these liberal spaces like universities, are now being attacked. Jewish communities in Europe need physical security on Jewish holidays and on the Sabbath just to go to synagogue. Increasingly, there's a study by Barry Kosman, who will be speaking tomorrow to the group. He did a study showing that Jewish American students at American universities are disproportionately targeted and attacked for being Jewish. So in American universities, according to Barry Kosman's study, roughly 20% of women have seen or experienced a sexist act in a 6-month period. African American students on campuses, it's a bit higher, it's like 23-24% of African American students and faculty have witnessed or experienced a racist attack in the last 6 months. Whereas Jewish students and faculty, the numbers are in the 70-odd% of Jewish faculty and students have experienced anti-Semitic or witnessed anti-Semitic acts on American university campuses. So this is sort of off the charts. So as Israel's being demonized as racist, fascist, apartheid, you name it, so are Jewish people. And this is now the attack is coming from the radical left, it's coming from the radical right, and it's coming from the sort of intellectual moment that we live in sort of this postmodern, anti-colonial kind of philosophical moment that universities are kind of going into in a way or engaged in. And it sort of comes out of the kind of Michel Foucault, Edward Said post-colonial struggle. So you have people like Edward Said and Michel Foucault who support the Iranian Revolution. It's a whole, we'll get into it tomorrow, but perceive the Iranian Revolution as something akin to what the French Revolution was to Enlightenment. Which of course it wasn't, and the sort of the postmodern anti-colonial literature of the West does not really engage in looking at the reactionary social movement of political Islam and its deep anti-Semitism. The anti-Semitism it takes from Nazism and from European history, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is the basis of political Islam's anti-Semitism. So political Islam, the Muslim Brotherhood, takes European anti-Semitism. It takes even Nazism and fuses it with its ideology. So it starts in Egypt, which Rami Aziz will speak on, and it even goes to the Shiite world and is embraced by the Iranian Revolution, which was supported and encouraged by postmodern liberal intellectuals of the West. So you have Edward Said, Michel Foucault, you even have Judith Butler of the United States saying that Hamas and Hezbollah must be understood as the progressive, liberating, liberal forces in the region. So you have this sort of political and philosophical moment in the academy, which I think is sort of aiding and abetting the demonization of Israel, the demonization of notions of Jewish peoplehood, which then is, as we see, contributing to a rise of anti-Semitism on the one hand, and on the other hand, doesn't enable a space in universities to deal with these very serious matters in a concrete way. So if the Jewish people are white privileged, that's the new buzzword of 2020. It's a buzzword we didn't use in 2019, but it's now the new buzzword. So Jews were exterminated for being Semitic and threatening the purity of the white Aryan race.
It's
so
20 hours.
Jews were exterminated 2 generations ago, and now Jews are being labeled as white elite people with privilege, not as welcome to the club, sorry for what happened 2 generations ago, but you're not welcome in this club, you're part of the problem. So these are some of the issues that I think in the next 4 days, we're going to engage and unpack in a systematic way as we can through the aquarium of Zoom and in a shortened program. So on that note, I would like Ira to conduct this new experiment. I wish that everybody has a moment or so. We can't spend too much time because we're a large group. If everybody can please tell us who you are, where you're from, maybe why you're here, and it would be nice to meet you and see you. So Mr. Guberman, the technological honors are yours.
All right, I'll start with, let's see, a few mics are already unmuted. So John Williams, if you could give us a quick introduction.
Hi, my name is Dr. John Williams. I'm an instructor at Collin College. I teach Survey American History, Western Civ, and Intro to Sociology.
Nice to meet you.
And I'm the charge of Dr. Patterson. So.
Cool. Nice to meet you.
All right. Next up, just gonna go in alphabetically. Abdurrahim, are you still with us? Yeah. On his computer. Yep, here we are.
Khadija, she's one.
Abdurrahim, are you available for introductions?
Say hello to us. Abdur, say hello to the group, please.
We'll have to come back around.
Okay.
All right. Adaya, if you could unmute yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Adaya Sturkey. I am joining you all from Norfolk, Virginia, but am originally from South Carolina. I'm excited to be here and really excited to partake in this week's activities. Thank you to Dr. Long for introducing me to this awesome cohort, and again, just excited to be a part.
Welcome. Thanks for being here.
All right. Alia, if you're ready.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, my name is Alia. I'm from Germany, from University of Bielefeld. At the moment, I'm studying political science. And I just came back from Israel. I just did my semester abroad at the Tel Aviv University. And just, I think the last 3 years engaging with or dealing with the topics of anti-Semitism and racism. And at the moment, I'm really shocked about rising anti-Semitism in Germany, especially conspiracy theories because of the coronavirus. So yeah, but I'm really excited and happy to be here. And thank you very much for the lectures today.
Thank you for being here. Nice to meet you.
Okay. I see Anna, you look ready to go.
Hi. Hi, I'm Anna Augustin. I'm from Northeastern Illinois University. I recently graduated with an MA in political science and a focus on international relations within that. I'm interested in anti-Semitism, also relating that to genocide studies. I would just like to thank you for your lectures today and say hi to Dr. Cannon, who introduced me to this program.
Welcome. Thank you, Anna.
Great. Let's see. Austin, if you could unmute yourself.
Yeah, sure. Hold on 1 second. I'll take you the video too. Hello, everyone. I'm Austin Scott, a Christian missionary and an international development worker, educator, lover of Israel. My sister's from Tel Aviv, And she's actually an Israeli, and my niece, my niece served in the IDF. So very, very happy to be here. I love the lectures, and I just hope that, the result of this is we can work together to solve our common problems. Blacks and our Jewish brothers, sisters, we have a lot in common, and we ought to be about solving each other's problems. So thankful to be here to be able to do that.
Thanks, Austin. Glad you're here. Thank you for being with us.
Yeah.
Let's do Breed Nicholson, if you could
Sure.
unmute.
Hi, my name is Breed Nicholson. I'm Associate Professor of History at Kane University in New Jersey. I originally hail from Dublin in Ireland, but I grew up in the Middle East, spending much of my childhood in various Middle Eastern countries, including Israel, but also in Egypt and in Syria. So I'm very excited to be here. I teach a lot in the Holocaust and Genocide Studies program at Kane, and I'm here basically because of my colleague, Professor Gil Khan. So grateful to you all.
Thank you very much for being here. Thanks, Britt.
Jessica, I see you're already unmuted. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Jessica Imami. I'm an adjunct professor at Marymount University, and I'm trying to develop a body of work on Ayatollah Khomeini and his ideas about anti-Semitism, which are still reverberating throughout the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Jessica. It's an important subject, unfortunately. Welcome.
And, Carlotta, if you're ready.
Hi, so I'm Carlotta. I'm here in Madrid in Spain with a beautiful 6-hour difference, and I'm a PhD candidate at the Complutense University of Madrid. And I'm in the last stages of completing my thesis, which I hope we will hand in a few months. And I am researching about the Anti-Defamation League, specifically the public discourse regarding anti-Semitism from 1955 to 2001. And yeah, I'm really happy to be here. I was a participant last year, and I'm glad to meet you all.
Great.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us. I see Abdurrahim. Abdurrahim, could you hear me? You want to say hello?
Happy to be with you again.
Nice to see you.
My name is Abdurrahim Shaivi. I'm from Morocco. I'm a pedagogical instructor of teachers in Agadir, south of Morocco. I was a fellow of this ISGAP 2015. Actually, I work in CRMEF, Centre Régional des Métiers de l'Enseignement et de la Formation, in Morocco. I have an experience on combating anti-Semitism and Holocaust education. I participated in several conferences and seminars in USA, especially on USHMM, and I participated in the 5th Forum of Combating Anti-Semitism in Israel, also in Salzburg, in Austria. Actually, I work on history pedagogy and methods of teaching of history, and my preferable topic is teaching Moroccan Jewish history in Morocco, and I prepare some papers about Holocaust education in Muslim societies and other topics like this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome back. Good to see you.
All right. Gilbert, you look ready to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Professor Gilbert Kahn. I teach political science at Kane University. I was a member of the second cohort, I guess, of ISGAP's Oxford program. Charles and I go back even before that for quite a while. And it's was time to sort of reconnect. I've done a lot of additional work in this area since ISGAP, and I wanted to sort of see what else is going on, see what the new directions are, and participate. So I appreciated the opportunity, and it sort of fit in with this technology, was able to do it on your time or my time, and fit together without budging. So thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Good to see you again. Welcome back. Thanks for being here, Gil.
All right. Carol, the floor is yours.
Yes. Hi, it's really nice to be back. Many familiar faces. I'm really happy to have this opportunity again. I was part of the first iteration of ISGAP in Oxford in 2015. And well, I see here Zbigniew and Christopher and Abdehaim, many people, Dr. Carlton, Dr. Charles. And well, at that time I was working on Holocaust, especially Holocaust education, and how I'm participating from Brazil. I forgot to say that. And I was looking at how textbooks were showing the Holocaust and for children and everything. That work. After that work, I produced a book, which was bought by the government. Actually, it was very well accepted, and now is in many public schools. And now I'm a PhD candidate. I'm working also on anti-Semitism during the war, during the Second World War. And I'm working especially on intellectuals. And the focus of my PhD is on 3 economists who were working with the government, actually. And it's very interesting because, well, of course, it's always interesting when we are working on something like that. But there was a policy on anti-Semitism in Brazil at that time, but they were able to work with the government, which is a little bit contradictory, but at the same time, it's not. The work is my thesis is almost ready now. I'm heavily editing it, but it was very nice to be back with you guys and have this opportunity. We'll have a very nice week, I'm sure.
Good to see you again, Carol. You know, I'm gonna. You're in São Paulo. Where are you?
Yeah. I'm also not in São Paulo capital. I'm in the countryside. I'm 200 kilometers from São Paulo capital, but I am in the state.
Nice. So I'm going to actually call upon Daphne, who's also in São Paulo, to introduce herself. And she's working with ISGAP.
Oh, great. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Charles, I'm in Rio.
Oh, Rio,
Not quite São Paulo, but it's a 5-hour car drive. So, hi everyone, I'm Daphne. I work as a research programming for ISGAP since the beginning of the year. Charles brought me in, which I'm so honored, and I'm so excited to spend this week to learn and grow with everybody. And yeah.
Cool. So welcome, Daphne. Sorry for confusing the 2 cities.
That's okay.
It'll be nice for you to speak. You're both doing similar work in Brazil. Okay, thanks.
Right.
Thank you both.
Next up, Cheyenne. You've waited patiently.
Yeah, hi. I am currently in the process of getting my master's at Brandeis University in conflict resolution and coexistence and Near Eastern and Judaic studies with a concentration in Holocaust education. Currently in Berlin, and I'm very excited to be here. So thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for being here.
Chanel.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chanel. I recently just graduated from George Mason University in Fairfax, Virginia, majoring in conflict analysis and resolution. So all these conversations we're having are really in my field of interest. I learned about ISGAP actually when I went to the Combating Anti-Semitism conference in Pittsburgh this past October. So I was able to hear Dr. Small, so it's great to see and hear you again. I'm really interested to learn more about anti-Semitism in academy, as that was some of my experiences at George Mason University, and thinking about how to better work with professionals and university administration about anti-Semitism and and making it a norm to talk about anti-Semitism on campus. So I'm really, really excited to join you all in the conversations for these upcoming days.
Thanks, Chanel. It's really, so that's a really important subject. So welcome. I'm glad you're able to join us, but that's a very important subject because when it comes to contemporary anti-Semitism, most universities and most administrators they don't understand what's going on. And it's a whole issue in itself, very important. So welcome.
Christoph, be happy to hear from you.
Yeah, hi. Before I say something, let's say about myself, in the late 1980s, Charles and me were at the same college. While he was fighting apartheid, I was playing soccer for the college football team. Isn't that cool? Yes. And we met each other again in 2015 in the first Summer Institute. Regards to you too, Carol, and to the other ones that were there at the same time. I remember you now. Took me some while. My original expertise is Russian Jewish history in Tsarist Russia. That's how I got to anti-Semitism. And then I switched to, in Germany, I switched to the Volga German Soviet Republic, where I wrote a book about that as well. And in '96, I moved to Greece with, obviously I met in Oxford a Greek woman that I got married to eventually. Well, that didn't work out because of the cultural differences, you know, German and Greek, that doesn't really work out nicely. Anyway, and then I ended up, because let's say if you are German, I mean, and you always come across, especially if you live in Greece, in the Balkans, you come across, let's say, issues about, let's say, people asking me about the Holocaust, about the Nazis, about things. And although I never wanted to get involved in German history, I did eventually. And now since, let's say, since 2015, I taught the course of Modern European Anti-Semitism and the Holocaust twice at our college. Yeah, that's about it.
Thanks. And I'll also say that Chris actually hosted an ISGAP seminar series at his university, the American University in Athens, which was quite successful. So,
and I was running actually another series now, which was interrupted by the Corona thing. We had actually 2 lectures. I started with the introduction lecture, and then we had another lecture on the Jews and Nosferatu. Yeah, and we had some really interesting topics, but fate didn't allow it.
Right. Well, now Chris will be one of the leaders. You're going to be broken into groups, and Chris will be one of your tutors.
Yep.
He'll be leading a group. So welcome, Chris.
Thank you.
And so we actually have 2 Chris's this year. So if Chris McFadden could jump in.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christoph McFadden. I am a recent graduate of Claflin University and will be beginning my PhD in ethnomusicology at Harvard University. I am joining you all as a White Soul King scholar from Atlanta, Georgia in the United States, and I am very honored and thankful to be here. Wonderful presentations today, and thankful to Dr. Carlton Long for informing me of the wonderful work that is going on here with ISGAP. So I'm looking forward to learning and growing with you all, as well as developing a project that will be able to, go with me in the future to help ameliorate some of these issues. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Chloe, if you're ready.
Hi everyone, nice to meet you. My name is Chloe Pinto and I am a PhD candidate at the University of Cambridge. I'm in Cambridge at the moment. In my research, I look at the relationship between anti-Semitism and aesthetics and artwork in poetry from 1910 to 1950. At Cambridge, I supervise undergraduate and postgraduate work broadly on racial and sexual violence and popular culture. So I'm really looking forward to some fascinating discussions with you all.
So welcome, Chloe. I'm glad you're here. Even though you're in Cambridge and I'm in Oxford, you're very welcome.
I was at Oxford before, if that counts.
Okay, that helps. That helps.
I'm on the dark side now, though.
So welcome.
Thank you.
Glad you're
here. Be happy to hear from Judith now.
Hi.
Just Just have to unmute yourself.
We got it. Okay. So hi, everybody. It's so wonderful to be together. Honored. I live in Winter Park, Florida, and teach in a small liberal arts college called Rollins College, where I direct the Jewish Studies program. Israeli born, and I'm going to skip a whole lot, but I was trained academically as a philosopher, so continental philosophy, including Emmanuel Levinas, who was mentioned. But at Rollins, I am a generalist, and so I teach all kinds of courses in Jewish studies and as well as in comparative religion. Most recently, I co-taught a course on the Holocaust with an education professor, and realized how badly both I need to be trained in kind of presenting anti-Semitism in a more systematic way, and how little the students in the class were aware of the origins and the different forms of anti-Semitism and so on. I also want to mention that in 2015, I was very close to you guys. I was at Yarrington Manor at the NEH Summer Institute on representation of the Jew in medieval England. So too bad that our path didn't cross then, but at any rate, I'm so honored and thankful to be part of this group, and I really look forward to learning a ton and developing a syllabus, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you, Yedid. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Detarvia.
Hey, good afternoon. I am Detarvia Parrish. I'm a faculty member at Livingstone College in the United States, Salisbury, North Carolina. And there I serve as Associate Professor of History and Political Science. And I'm also the Director for the Honors Program. As former President of the National Association of African American Honors Programs, I want to thank Dr. Carlton Long for bringing this wonderful opportunity to my attention. I am particularly motivated to explore a regional gaze of relations between Jews and African Americans in America. My goal overall is to correlate experiences and examine modes of isolation and distances, but yet assert the significance of communal solidarity, engage new ways to strengthen interracial and interrelational relations with the goals of acknowledging and exploring tools that aid in understanding, building coalitions for social justice, and reconstructing images and identity. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity, and I look forward to a great week ahead of us.
I was just going to say, may you meet with a little bit of success. It'd be wonderful. Your work is very important, so welcome. Thanks for being here. Thank you.
David Meyer, the floor is yours. Or you just muted yourself.
There, I'm back.
There you go.
I'm David Meyer. I teach at Dickinson State University. I've been teaching Holocaust courses since the mid-1990s. I have one textbook on the Holocaust that went out in the 1990s as well. Beyond that, I've been specializing in right-wing radicalism and all the things that perhaps fall into the category of a generalist. Being in North Dakota, in case anybody doubts where that might happen to be, one has to realize that in this area, going to the Sturgis rally is a cultural event. So when you kind of take in tow the nature of the region, there are many challenges to be faced, and they're not easy ones to confront. But this group helps.
So welcome back. David, you were with us in 2016, I believe. And,
yes.
Yeah, and your work is...
And I was at Yarrington for that.
So welcome back. Thanks for being here, David.
All right. Dr. Hobson, Lisa.
Hi, everyone. Greetings. My name is Lisa Hobson, and I currently work at Virginia State University. I am the Assistant Director for the Honors Program. I serve under ISGAP alum, Daniel Roberts, and I'm excited to be here. And like others have said, I want to thank Dr. Carlson Long for informing me about this awesome opportunity. I look forward to what I will learn this week. And overall, simply stating I'm here to better understand oppression and social injustice of all kinds. So therefore I can do my part in combating it and educating others and implementing it in my classes for the fall and spring. And thank you again.
Thank you very much for being here, Lisa. Thank you.
Dr. Leach, if you would.
Sure. Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Hannibal Leach. I am a assistant professor of political science at Fisk University in the United States. I would like to say that it's a pleasure to work with everyone. I'm very much looking forward to learning about anti-Semitism in all of its forms. I'm also very interested in learning more about Jewish culture. This has been a great experience for me, and I look forward to learn more about it. So I will just say that, and I look forward to meeting everyone informally in the chat rooms and in our group sessions, and in our. I look forward to speaking with the professors and getting to everything that we need to get through this week together. So it's a pleasure.
Thanks for being here, and we appreciate it. And also, Fisk was a home of W.E.B. Du Bois, so there's a whole legacy of important work on racism and also on anti-Semitism that he did. So welcome, and I'm glad you're here, and thank you.
Ellen. No, sorry, Charles.
No,
something to add?
It's okay. I was just going to say very briefly, the tragedy in studying racism and anti-Semitism is that we don't get to share the wisdom and the beauty of our cultures. We end up focusing on the hatred, the othering of all of us. So there's limitations. One day we should sit and discuss the wisdom. That's why I think Akiva's introduction is so relevant, because we had a glimpse of the positive and the hope. Now we're going to deal with the mess. Yes. Thank you. Thanks, Hannibal.
Okay, Ellen, if you would. Just looks like I might. Are you getting anything, Charles?
From Ellen? No. Ellen, can you hear us?
I
think she's gone.
Yeah, I think nah, God. We'll have to. Something's wrong with the microphone. I think maybe your system mic has to be changed because you are unmuted.
So then we can come back.
Yeah, try rejoining perhaps, but we'll come back. All right. Felipe.
Hi, my name is Felipe. I'm originally from Brazil, but I'm here in Israel. I have a background in international law and conflict resolution, and I also have worked for some NGOs, and I'm looking forward to get to know all of you and exchange a lot of knowledge, and eventually, B'ezrat Hashem, work with this cause of anti-Semitism, to fight against this. Yeah, so that's it. Thanks.
Cool. Welcome, Philippe. Thanks for being here with us.
And we got someone, Holly.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, I'm Dr. Holly Hamby. I'm Associate Professor of English and Chair of the Humanities at Fisk University. I'm also a board member of the John Lewis Social Justice Institute and an honors faculty member with the W.E.B. Du Bois General Honors Program. I attended ISGAP last year and had a wonderful time. My course that I created was Anti-Semitism and Racism in Literature, and I taught it in the spring, and we were interrupted halfway through. by the pandemic, but we did transition to online. We just couldn't take all of our planned field trips. It was a very successful course. It overloaded to 25 students, which was higher than the usual. I'm so happy to be here with so many of you again. I will say Dr. Hannibal Leach's office is next to mine. So we have talked for a whole academic year about my experience at ISGAP, and we do a lot of collaboration together. We're in the same school or college together. So I'm happy to be back here, and I'm happy to meet new people and see so many of you again and continue this good work.
Welcome back, Ollie. It's great that you're here. Thank you. Nice to see you.
See you too.
All right, Jason, if you would please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jason O'Connor. So I was born in South Africa and raised in Israel. I participated in 2017 in the ISGAP program. I'm a high school teacher in Coconut Creek, where I teach IB history, Holocaust studies, and global politics. And I'm a PhD candidate. We're writing a dissertation on memory wars, identity politics, and the rise of redemptive anti-Semitism, looking at Poland, but contextualizing European anti-Semitism of the United States also.
Well, welcome back, Jason. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
All right, Jordan.
Yes, greetings, everyone. Jordan Hawkins Rigby, originally from Baltimore, Maryland, currently living here in Kansas City. Graduated from Hampton University and completed my Fulbright in Malaysia not too long ago. Currently in the field of international education, looking at the intersection of how international education exchanges help to facilitate diplomacy. And so I'm also an intercultural trainer. And so there's a bevy and an entire host of intercultural competence training that needs to be done when it comes to statecraft on the diplomacy side, but also in the educational space as well. So I am here, as many have preceded me by Dr. Long, telling me about this opportunity, and I am invigorated about what's going to be next on our journey as we go through this week. So
Great. Welcome, Jordan. Good to see you. And you helped us out at ISGAP for a while, way back when. Nice to see you.
I think is my mic on?
Yeah, we can hear you, Ellen.
Yeah, you're back, Ellen. Please.
Mic, do I have? Okay, great. Hi, everyone. The energy from all of you is just so extraordinarily positive and constructive and contagious. So no disease, but only your wonderful energy. And I want to welcome everybody. ISGAP is a transformative organization. It is not only attempting to transform each of our capacities to communicate a very, very complex issue, but to build the bridges that all of us are here trying so hard to do. This year, I'm a political scientist. I'm a professor now 45 years at Northeastern Illinois University. My specialty is political science, where my specialty there is terrorism and of Jewish studies. This year, I was invited to join the executive committee of ISGAP. It was a great honor to work with the professionals on this staff. And if you are in the right place for everything that you hope to gain in intellectual growth and neshama, soul power growth as well, of working on such critical issues. In addition, I'm on the board of directors of the American Jewish Committee, which is committed to, in community work, to the exact same issues that Charles has dedicated his life to through the educational development of critical thinking about anti-Semitism. I'm very, very proud to be a strong participant in AEN, which is the Academic Engagement Network. And this is a very important academic organization that is globally aiming to assist faculty members around the world when we are faced with the barriers of anti-Semitism within the university community. They are our support group. They step in, and it's really amazing. Also, we have in this wonderful edition of the 2020 ISGAP, we have 3 members of AEN that will be teaching you, and you have a great deal to learn from them. And also, we have another member of the Northeastern Illinois faculty, Professor Suni Ali, who will also be teaching you. As for my student, Anna Augustine, what can I tell you? She is a dream come true, and her contribution in the future to genocide studies, I know, will be extremely important. But to Charles, there is no way of saying thank you for your life's work. And to Ira for putting up with us, are you kidding? We owe you so very, very, very much. And to all the other participants on the staff, bravo, just continue in good health. And I send my admiration to you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellen. It's wonderful that you're here, and thank you so much for all your leadership and all you do for ISGAP and well beyond ISGAP.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Ellen. So hopefully we're still saying that on Thursday. Next up to Karen G.
Hi, I'm Karen Gutenson. I'm a current junior at Rollins College studying Jewish studies and Middle Eastern and North African studies. I'm really interested in looking forward to discussions on contemporary anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. And I'm really grateful for my professor who actually introduced me to this wonderful opportunity, Dr. Judith Greenberg.
Wonderful. Welcome, Karen. Thanks for being here.
Bernard, you look ready?
Yeah. My name is Bernard Fianca, Dr. Bernard Fianca from Redeemers University, Ede in Nigeria. I'm a senior faculty at the department, and I teach, amongst others, I teach World War history, First and Second World history, and I've been focusing a while on the history of the Jewish people and the Holocaust especially. And it's interesting that universities and colleges in Africa here pay very little attention to the Holocaust history. And I've come across a lot of issues trying to pass across the understanding to students and even also to other faculty about what happened during the Second World War. And I really am pleased to be part of ISGAP 2020. And I believe that this will help me expand my scope, my understanding, and deliver the courses that I teach better. And I believe moving forward, it will also help me in my work. I appreciate the opportunity to be with so many wonderful minds. God bless you. Thanks.
God bless you. Bernard, thanks for being with us. And we should speak offline. We have a colleague named Abebe Zagaya, who's a scholar, and he's actually doing work on genocide in Africa with ISGAP. And we were just speaking, actually, there's a lot of unfortunate overlap with issues of genocide and Nazism. Namibia was the testing ground, if you will, for the SS. A lot of people who were in Namibia went back to Germany. German soldiers went back to join the SS and implement the Holocaust. So there's a lot of tragic common history, if you will. So Abebe Zagaya is doing interesting work on genocide, the Holocaust in Africa. So we can speak. So welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Karen Blair, if you would.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dr. Karen Blair. I'm a psychology professor at Trent University in Ontario, Canada. However, I'm currently still in Nova Scotia because I'm in the process of switching between universities, and moving during a pandemic is not quite so fun. So the move has been delayed a bit. I primarily teach courses in the area of social psychology, and in particular, I teach a fourth-year course on the social psychology of the Holocaust. As I'm switching to a new university, I'm looking to see what new courses I'll be teaching, and I'm going to be preparing a course It's a little bit more general, but on the psychology of prejudice in general. My research focuses on a lot of different areas that I see as connected, but other people don't always see the thread. But I study relationships and health, and so issues of social connectedness, social connection. So I really enjoyed the rabbi's talk earlier. And then I also study topics related to prejudice, hate crimes, mass shootings, and Holocaust education. So I'm really looking forward to spending the week with everybody, and thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for being here, Karen. Welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Larry, if you'd introduce us.
Right, can you hear me?
Yes, Lawrence.
Yeah, I hear you well.
Yep.
Hi, so I'm Larry Amsel, but usually when I'm at this conference, I go by my Yiddish name, which is Laser Wolf. It's a good old traditional Yiddish name, and it's actually mine, so I like to use it when I can. I'm a professor of psychiatry at Columbia University, although right now I'm living in Maine, and hence the very, very rural look that I have because during COVID, I am doing all my work of distance learning. I've been involved with, so I'm doing everything distantly. I've been involved with ISGAP for a number of years, and just am so pleased to see how well ISGAP is doing and how this program is expanding and advancing. I think that ISGAP is one of the few places where we can have what I call ISGAP-only conversations, where we can have discussions across different kinds of prejudice, where really controversial issues can be discussed without any canceling of anybody, but we can discuss issues that we really have strong feelings about and work together to really reduce misunderstandings and prejudices. So I think it's an honor to be here, and I look forward to the week.
Larry, Laser, it's good to see you. Welcome back. Laser's been a colleague and a friend of ISGAP for many years, and a friend of mine. And Laser will also be running one of the tutorial groups. So we're very happy and honored that he's back in a leadership professorial role. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. And I know Steve is here somewhere, so I just want to shout out to him. Hi.
Hey, here I am. Hey, Larry.
So Stephen, on this note, why don't you introduce yourself?
Okay, I wrote it out so I didn't go on and on. First, Charles, I want to thank you. Charles is a warrior against, I no longer use the word anti-Semitism. I've started using the word Jew hatred, which is becoming more and more common with scholars, because anti-Semitism is a term coined by a man named William Marr, who coined it in 1879 in Germany, and he coined it because he hated Jews and felt Jew hatred was an obscene way to identify it. He wanted a cleaner term, so to speak. So he came up with anti-Semitism, but it's Jew hatred. So I just want to make that clear, and I'm really honored to be back. I was here last summer. Charles and I are not always on the same page, but when it comes to Jew hatred, we are. And I hope today that you got to see the Jews are not always on the same page in our understanding, but we are always tethered together in our fight against Jew hatred. Every single one of us. And you heard Natan Sharansky say that we've got to fight in each of our respective communities. As you could tell by my chat comments, I'm on the left. I also want to thank Carlton a lot. Carlton is amazing and sends me sweet little messages every so once in a while that just light up my life. And Ira, who cannot love Ira? We are all here today because Ira is the intersection. Thank you, Ira. I didn't want to forget that. So I am the chair of Jewish studies at Gettysburg College. I teach in interdisciplinary studies. My training, like Judith Greenberg's, is in philosophy. So I'm also a generalist. I'm also a warrior against Jew hatred. I literally experience a felt sense that murder is on the way when I see it. My history teaches me that, because Jew hatred always results in the murder of Jews. Every single time. It's not a passing discrimination type thing, and it comes out of nowhere. I'm going to tell you why it comes out of nowhere. Because we don't know anything about it. There's a reason non-Jews, when they show up to something like this, don't know anything about Judaism, is because Judaism is absented from every world curriculum in the world except Jewish curriculums. Ask why we are never taught about this foundational civilization in the West. We have departments, programs, all types of things devoted to 400 years of Greek thought. And you all know nothing about Judaism, and it breaks my heart. It terrifies me. I'm involved in that battle, and I think administrators, as Charles said earlier, need to be awakened. And I hope to work with ISGAP at Gettysburg in setting up a summer institute camp type thing for college administrators to come for a week. And I was talking to Charles about that the other day, and I think we can do that because Gettysburg is also 70 miles from Washington, D.C., which puts it into a unique proximity to bring in people from all over. And so I'm excited about that. I'm excited to be here, you can tell. And I'm excited to learn from all of you and help you learn about Jew hatred, excuse me, sorry. Thank you, Charles.
Eva, thanks for being here. Welcome back. You were at the program last year, so I'm glad you're back. And it's great to see you, and I look forward to working with you. So welcome. Ira, who's next?
Wanted to give her another run through since it was a bit choppy the first time, Carlotta, if you please.
Okay. Hi, can you properly hear me now?
Not bad. Is there any way you can speak closer to the microphone?
Yeah, I'm trying. I actually
Okay.
connected the headset. Is it now better?
Not bad.
A little bit.
Okay. Okay, I'll try my best. Okay, cool. So my name is Carlota, and I'm calling from Spain, which is 6-hour difference, so now it's pretty dark. And I'm a PhD candidate at the Complutense University of Madrid, and I'm in the last stages of completing my thesis, and hopefully I will hand it in the next few months. And I'm researching about the Anti-Defamation League, specifically the public discourse regarding anti-Semitism from 1925 to 2001, which is a quite rare topic to be studied within Spanish academia. So we'll see how that goes. And I was a participant last year at ISGAP, and I'm very happy to be back here and to meet you all. So thank you and hello.
Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, thanks. We can get Mirav.
Shalom, everybody. I'm Mirav. I'm from Israel. In about 2 months, I'll be finishing my master's degree in Israeli Hasbara and contemporary anti-Semitism. I'm writing a thesis about the BDS movement, and I'm really thrilled to participate this week on discussion sessions with you to absorb as much as I can for the thesis and for spreading, as Stefan said, in Israel, I can relate. People usually don't know about Judaism, about anti-Semitism. It seemed to be way gone back in history. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you, and thank you for having me.
Marav, thanks for being here. I remember we did the short course in Haifa, so it was good to meet you there, and I'm happy you made it here. So thank you. Welcome.
All right, Michael.
Hi, my name is Michael Ben. Just want to say it's a pleasure to be here. I'm an Episcopal chaplain, originally from New York, recently transplanted to rural South Carolina, beginning my theological studies at Union Theological Seminary in New York, and now at Lutheran Seminary here in South Carolina. I'm also an attorney. I've done a lot of labor and employment work, and also spent time at Wesleyan University in Middletown, Connecticut, where I served as Director of Legal Affairs and got to do a lot of diversity and inclusion work, specifically around access to education. Spent some time with Chiquita Brands, the banana company, where I headed up their labor and employment group and got to do a lot of good social responsibility kinds of work for our employees in Latin America and the United States. And here in South Carolina, and very interested in understanding how Black, Christian, and Jewish communities can work together to combat white nationalism and supremacy.
Thank you. Michael, thanks for being here. Welcome. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah. Rami Aziz.
Yeah, hello everybody. At the beginning, allowed to me to thank Ira. I know how much he working hardly alone sometimes to make that summer school comes through. I also would like to ask Charles and thank all of you for sure. My name is Rami Aziz. I got recently my PhD from University of Rome, La Sapienza, on the topic of political Islam and anti-Semitism in Europe. I graduated from ISGAP Summer School in 2017, and currently I'm working as a Middle East Arab Affairs scholar in ISGAP, focusing on the issue of anti-Semitism, Arab-Israeli relationships, and mainly we concern about promoting knowledge, a deep knowledge to the people about how anti-Zionism and the anti-Israel is integral part from anti-Semitism. It's the contemporary forms of anti-Semitism, because anti-Zionism and the anti-Israel used widely in the West, widely, to protect the crime of anti-Semitism without any impunity, with impunity. So ISGAP is working hardly. ISGAP is appreciated for everybody of you because you are here, because without you, we can't do anything. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rami. And Rami is an important part of our team, and he's doing amazing work, research on anti-Semitism in the Middle East, but also forging new relationships with scholars in the Middle East, with Israelis and Jewish scholars. So very important cutting edge work. So glad you're here, Rami.
Could I add something? In 2016, I'm as Egyptian. By the way, I didn't mention I was born in Egypt. I grew up in Egypt even. So in 2016, it was my first time to visit Israel, to discover the reality of what Israel by myself. So after this visit, it's completely changed my mind. I become a fighter in the field of anti-Semitism. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Rami. That you just warmed my heart. And on that, I want to add, for all our safety, I forgot to say this, and I meant to say this. In Israel, they have manufactured the safest COVID mask known. These are what the doctors in Israel are now wearing when treating COVID. You can get it. It's called the Viri mask. I'm going to show it to you, Carlton. You'll no longer need those swimming goggles with this thing.
Oh, I know it, yeah. It's cost $70. I know it.
$70, that's right. It took 5 weeks to get to me. You will feel bold in this. You won't be scared of people at the grocery store. You might even walk up to someone and say, hi, we're safe with me in this mask.
Oh, yeah.
If you're a member of ISGAP, we'll get you a 20% discount. All right, next up. Thanks, Stephen. Thank you, Rami.
Seth, if you please introduce yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. So, hello everyone. My name is Seth Island. I'm a junior at Carleton College in Northfield, Minnesota, where I'm studying history with a focus on the history of religion. And before college and throughout my life, I've been really invested in Jewish studies, Jewish history, especially Holocaust and genocide studies. I worked at the Jewish and Family and Children's Services in San Francisco for 5 years, where I researched sort of genocide theory, and studied a lot about the Einsatzgruppen who murdered some of my relatives in Belarus. So that's been a very personal exploration, but I've also done work on the Yazidi genocide and studied the Islamic State extensively in their sort of interpretation of Islam and how it lends itself to genocidal practices against the Yazidis. So I'm just very honored and happy to be here and to learn more about the manifestations of anti-Semitism, because they are many, and looking forward to learning with you all. So thank you so much.
Thanks for being here. Seth, you're doing which degree are you doing there at Carleton?
I'm doing a history degree, but with a special focus on the history of religion.
That's for a first degree, BA?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Nice, so welcome. You have a good background.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right, next up, Rosanna. Do we have maybe the audio connection?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes, very good.
Sorry, it's just I sometimes have headphones on and sometimes I don't, so it's always a mess. So I'm Rosanna, I'm from London, England. I completed my first master's in Middle Eastern Studies at SOAS, so the School of Oriental and African Studies in London, and I'm now halfway through my second master's in criminology at the University of London as well. I'll eventually do a PhD, but not just quite yet. My MA is focused on criminology, and I'm focusing on hate crime. Particularly, my thesis is going to be looking at typologies of victims within the United Kingdom of faith hate crime, so both anti-Muslim and anti-Jewish, and looking at different policy perspectives on that and how we can change the law based on that form of anti-Semitism. In my day job, I work at the Anti-Semitism Policy Trust, and I've worked within the anti-Semitism sphere for almost 10 years now. So for me, taking part is very much about getting more knowledge about the field so I can better my work and my studies and be able to combine them both, which is how I'm doing at the moment. And obviously to make a larger network of people who feel the same and are working in the same sphere. So it's great to be here.
Wonderful. Welcome. It's nice to have you here. Thanks for being here with us.
Saeed.
As it's great honor for me to give the last speech as well as escape participant. I would like to thank all the organizing committee of escape for giving us this opportunity for sharing and combining our efforts for combating against globalized anti-Semitism. I would like to introduce myself. I am a research fellow in the field of human rights in Azerbaijan. The topic of my research focused on fighting against anti-Semitism in the field of legal aspect, especially human rights. I am closely working with the local Jewish community in Azerbaijan. My goal to participate in this interdisciplinary workshop is to consolidate my knowledge. I would like to thank all, and I would like to share my sincerity with all participants for good ideas, for good projects in the field of fighting against anti-Semitism. I am in your disposal. Many thanks.
Thank you, Saeed. Welcome back. Saeed is also a graduate. He was with us in 2018.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's true.
Yeah. Welcome
Many thanks,
back.
Dr. Charles.
Good you're here.
Many thanks.
All right. We'll now turn to Shannon.
Shannon, right? Hi.
Yes.
Great to meet all of you. It's a pleasure to be able to work with all of you, and thank you to ISGAP, Charles, Ira, Carlton, and those others involved for doing this work. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Haifa with the Wise Livnat Holocaust Center in Holocaust Research and Education. And I did my master's in the intersection of religious anti-Jewishness and racial anti-Semitism in the German churches. So in Holocaust studies, and I am looking at my dissertation work in post-Holocaust Jewish-Christian reconciliation efforts and changing and shifting theological thought. And I spent a year working with Dr. David Patterson at UT Dallas prior to going back to Haifa to finish my PhD. So thanks so much.
Thanks, Shannon. Thanks for being here. Welcome.
Shannon, me too. I worked with Professor Patterson in my last year of PhD in Texas.
All right. Now we'll turn to Sonia.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here. My name is Sonia Wentling, and I'm a professor of history and global studies at Concordia College in Minnesota, but I'm originally from Austria. I teach US foreign policy and the Arab-Israeli conflict, but due to my European background, also some European history. I'm currently chairing core curricular reform at my college, and I plan on incorporating a course on anti-Semitism in the diversity section of the core curriculum. So I'm really looking forward to our discussions and our conversations this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Thanks for being here with us. Thank you.
And, Suchi, if you please.
Hi, namaste from India. And I'm very happy. I'm very happy and excited to be here. And this is the second time. Thank you very much for this opportunity to meet you all. Looking forward for a great week. And I'm a PhD candidate in international relations at Jindal School of International Affairs and OP Jindal Global University in India. Thanks much.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us. You're also a graduate from what, 3 years ago?
2018.
2018. So welcome back. And it's great that you're here. I know it must be late in India, so thanks for.
But I always say that ISGAP reunion is something so motivating and so encouraging. So I'm so excited because it's 1:30 night. So I'm very happy.
You have some
It's
strong,
21 hours.
some strong chai. So
Yeah.
welcome. Glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sylvia, if you'd please.
Hi, I'm Sylvia Barak-Fishman. First of all, it's great to see Charles and Carlton and Ira and Ellen and others from last year. The one advantage of Zoom versus being in glorious Oxford is that we actually get to look into each other's faces in some ways in a more intimate way. So hello, let's make the most of it. I'm an emerita professor of contemporary Jewish life at Brandeis University. I'm very interested in culture, in literature and film and general culture, as well as sociology of Jews and the other non-Jewish people who interact with Jews. And I'm especially interested in many of the wonderful topics that were spoken about this morning, or this afternoon, I guess. It was really inspiring. One thing that didn't come up, which I hope we'll get a chance to discuss, is the ignoring of Jews and Jewishness, which also functions as a kind of silencing and anti-Semitism or Jew hatred. That's one of the ways in which Jews get to be lumped together as part of an undifferentiated, privileged white group, is by ignoring what many of you just spoke about, Jewish culture, the reality, the specificity of Jewish culture. So in that sense, Charles, Jewish culture is part of our topic, even if we don't always touch on it. And I'm absolutely delighted to be together with you and looking forward to the week.
Great. Sylvia, thank you very much for being here. And we're honored that you're here. Sylvia kindly offered to be one of the tutors, so she'll be working with a group of you during the course of the week. So Sylvia, thank you so much.
All right. And now Victoria, if you'd introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Dr. Victoria Kamsler. First, I'd like to say thank you so much to Charles and Ira and Carlton for preparing this wonderful feast of new friends and allies for us to meet and share our ideas with. I had a long academic career, mostly at Princeton, where I taught in the politics and philosophy departments. While I was a grad student at Oxford, I worked on the South Africa sanctions legislation in Senator Ted Kennedy's Foreign Policy Office. And at Harvard, I taught a course on explaining the Holocaust and genocide. So I've been all over the map here. And I just want to say that for everyone here in the United States, we're probably all feeling the fierce urgency of now. This is a really important time to make progress in the way that people learn about these important issues. And deep gratitude to ISGAP for the amazing pioneering work that you're doing. And thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Victoria. It's an honor that you're here with us. So thanks. Thanks for participating.
All right, Wendy, if you please.
So hi, I'm Wendy. I'm originally from New York. I lived in Israel for over a decade, mostly in the 90s. And I've been in Atlanta, Georgia since. My day job is not academic. I've worked in marketing and publishing, and I'm currently in knowledge management. Undergrad, a long time ago, I was an English major, math, art minor, and now I'm back in school pursuing a dual master's degree. One is in public administration and the other one is integrated global communications, and I expect to finish them both up next December. The research projects that I've done have all tied in though into Jewish advocacy or anti-Semitism or Zionism, and so and hate crimes as well. And then what I also do is I've been blogging weekly for the Atlanta Jewish Times since mid-2017. The topics that I tend to blog on are about having multiple perspectives to bring to any given issue, combating bias, promoting the idea that the tent is big enough for all of us, that Jews are many different colors and flavors, and that's Mizrahi, and that's Black, and it's all different, not just Ashkenazi. The concerns are all of our concerns. We ought to view ourselves as one people. We are, and that none of this is a zero-sum game. Nobody needs to win at somebody else's expense. You know, everybody, we can advance our own cause while advancing others, and not at anyone's detracting from anyone else. Part of that is also recognizing the own flaws in our own camps, and often I think that's an issue in many different places where we sort of turn a blind eye to the flaws that we need to deal with. Doing this blogging has opened the door for me to meet other people on a national and international level. And that includes Professor Dejani Douadi, who's speaking this week, and Yossi Klein-Halevi, if you're familiar with him, the author. I was fortunate enough to interview him about his definition of Zionism. It's on YouTube if anyone wants to see. For the research I did this summer, in which I was looking at how people bring different definitions to the term, and I was looking primarily at the Arabic press, actually. So from all of this, education is important to me. But what I'm looking to move into isn't education, but a nonprofit in a communications role, strategic communications, somewhere where, and what I'm hoping to do with this week is take what we create here, programming of some kind that I can use in my own community or in wherever I ultimately land. I am also involved locally with the multicultural Jewish group, as well as a Jewish Muslim women's group. And so the whole idea of fighting bias is bias. Yes, anti-Semitism has specific things in a history, and we're well aware of that, but bias and otherism is something that needs to be addressed no matter where we sit. And as far as this program is concerned, I found it, I think I saw something that was published by ISGAP, and I kept clicking through to learn more, and I ultimately landed at the page to apply. And Ira can tell you, I applied and followed up several times to see that my application was in the running or being paid attention to, and I am so grateful for this opportunity. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Welcome. Glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have about 2 more people left by my count, and so if I've missed you and your name doesn't start with a Y or a Z, feel free to unmute yourself and give a yell so that, you know, nobody's missed throughout this process. But by my count, Yudi is up next.
I spoke already.
Yeah, okay.
I don't mind speaking again, but
it's okay. I know it's getting late, so I'll keep it moving for everybody's sake and everyone in India as well. I guess I'll excuse my pronunciation, but Zibnek, I think you're the last one up.
Hello, the name is Zbigniew Tarant. Thank you very much for allowing me to join you again. I have great memories from Oxford from 2015. I'm based in the Czech Republic. My expertise is Middle Eastern and Israel Studies. I teach Hebrew at our Department of Middle Eastern Studies. I'm a vice chairman of that department. But at the same time, since 2006, I have been researching contemporary anti-Semitism, especially online anti-Semitism in the Czech Republic and the wider Central European region. And you can find my publications and reports published with Cantor Center, Tel Aviv University, or in various peer-reviewed journals. And I'm currently starting a new project in response to the growing issue of conspiracy theories. I'm trying to look into the role of Western esotericism and New Age spirituality in those anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. And yeah, that's about it. It's great to see all the familiar faces, and I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to all the lectures. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming back, Zbigniew. You were in the first program, our initial program in 2015. So it's really special that you're back with us. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome. And is that all? Or anybody else? Have we missed anybody?
I think we've gone through the roster.
Okay, great. So everybody, welcome. And I think we'll have it will be an intense week. There's some really good professors, scholars coming to share their wisdom and knowledge with us. I think they'll be really good.